As artificial intelligence becomes more and more embedded and entrenched in every aspect of our daily lives, it is reshaping human economies and societies in ways that are both visible and imperceptible. AI carries the potential to alter profoundly the ways human beings connect, collaborate, work, and compete. Questions abound on the transformative impact of AI on the nature of work and consequently the future. The third panel of the conference will aim to address some of these questions, as well as whether or not we can create a collaborative framework that would allow us to collectively harness the power of artificial intelligence for the common good.
Dear guests, welcome to what many consider the purgatory of conference slots, the post-lunch discussion, where information digestion competes with, well, digestion. However, I am confident this discussion will give a lot of food for thought and pose important questions, not least because our distinguished guests are very, very smart. I am honored today to have with me, and I will start from the person who had been able to join us physically, Sinan Aral, a professor at MIT, director of the MIT Initiative on the Digital Economy, and an expert in the role of social media in society. Most recently, he wrote the book, The Hype Machine. I'm also very happy to have with me Christina Kolklov. She's the founder of the Why Not Lab, a labor rights activist who is helping labor contend with the rise of AI. And last but not least, I have Nicholas Economou. He is the former CEO of H5. He chairs the Law Committee of the Future Society and the IEEE Global Initiative, and he's a pioneer in advancing the application of artificial intelligence in the law. I am Dimitris Bounias, project manager at IMED, incubator for media education and development. Here's where AI already has a leg up on us. The Questionator 3000, what a name, it's an AI application. It's invisible, but I assure you, omnipresent in our panel today, and is going to be listening to our discussion, transferring text to voice to text in the cloud, and summarized by the GPT-3 deep learning language model, and will present its own questions. No post-meal espresso necessary for it. Now, I'm sure most of you can name at least a few AI applications present in our lives already. Just ask an Athens taxi driver, proud for knowing every nook and cranny in the city, able to get you out of a traffic jam in a pinch, just like that. Imagine looking into your Google Maps as a passenger and telling them, but my smartphone says that this way is faster. And you're probably right. We've all done it. Jokes aside, no side of our lives have been left untouched by AI. Some crucial aspects involve how we connect to each other, how and if we work, and we will work, how governance, law, and economy are affected, how can society catch up. In a previous talk we had, Professor Aral, let me start with you. You mentioned, and I won't spoil it, but how algorithms directly affect the gene pool. Can you please explain how?
Sure, thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here. I talk about many things in my book about how algorithms are affecting various elements of our society, from our democracies to our economies to our public health. And one thing that we may or may not be aware of is the rise of algorithms in our relationship matching. And what I mean by that is that we have these dating apps now that are providing people access to relationships. And these platforms have scaled extremely quickly. And underneath all of these platforms are algorithms that match one person to another. And typically these platforms don't allow you to browse all possible options for people that you might date, but actually give you a running list of algorithmic suggestions, which you can either say yes to or no to, which means that the entire pool from which you're choosing has been narrowed by an algorithm. And it may surprise people to know that relationships formed of these algorithms surpassed relationships formed of traditional human meeting mechanisms out there in the physical world, or by friend-to-friend introductions or family introductions, etc., in 2013. So 8 years ago, algorithmic relationships surpassed traditional meeting mechanism relationships. And the question we need to be asking ourselves is, how are these relationships, which may go on to result in marriage and offspring and the future generations of humanity, how are they different in terms of genetic pooling than the matches we traditionally make? And what does that mean for human society and evolution going forward?
No more bars, I guess. In the Hype Machine, you also describe a trifecta of three primary forces that underlie the transformation social media is creating: hyper-socialization, personalized mass persuasion, and the tyranny of trends. Can you explain these and the effects they're having? And just for context, social media, algorithms, it's very, very well connected, and Professor Aral can explain the connection further.
Absolutely. So social media runs on an attention economy that is completely algorithmically driven. So while we think that we may be posting things online in social media forums, and by the way, social media is extremely broad. It goes from dating apps to Facebook and Twitter to all of the review sites that we know, where people are giving their opinions about products and services, as well as to all these microblogging communities like Reddit, which we've seen move even stock markets in recent times. And all of these sites and applications are driven by algorithms. The three trends are hyper-socialization, personalized mass persuasion, and the tyranny of trends, or the algorithmic attention economy. Hyper-socialization simply means that whereas before we used to make decisions based on our own intuition and research more in a vacuum, now social media has inserted the opinions of others at scale into human decision making. So our opinions and decisions are swayed by the crowd and algorithmically curated crowd opinions much more than they ever have been. And the question is, how does this affect society? Well, it affects how we shop, how we vote, how we date, and how we do basically everything today. The idea of personalized mass persuasion is that we have between 3 and 4 billion people on social media. And social media has targeting algorithms that essentially route information to specific individuals one at a time. And these are black box algorithms where we know some things about them, but we don't know exactly how they work. And this targeting is not transparent. So some people may receive a particular Facebook post and other people may not. And it's not visible to everyone what everyone else sees. And in this way, this personalized mass persuasion has scaled to into the billions of people, and it's opaque. We don't know exactly how it works, and we don't know which messages are seen by which people. And then finally, the tyranny of trends. We set up this attention economy to run on popularity. Popularity is the currency of the attention economy. Why? Because the business models of these companies is to sell people's attention to advertisers as opportunities for persuasion. And in order for this economy to work, they have to get and keep your attention which means that it runs on engagement. The more people get engaged with certain content, the more that content rises to the top. The more content is popular, the more it's liked and shared, the more it rises to the top. And so we are stuck in a society that values popularity over nearly everything else in terms of social media. Take, for example, the rudimentary example of the like button. How did we get stuck with the like button? Like just means how many people think this is the best thing. Which of these things is liked the most and is the most popular? Why don't we have a truth button or a wellness button or a this taught me something button? The answer is because this is an attention economy, and popularity is what drives an attention economy.
Thank you so much. And if it wasn't concerning enough, AI is also aspiring to take our jobs in a way. Would you like to share with us a little bit more about that and how the landscape is changing, Dr. Korklav?
Thank you, and it's very daunting sitting here, and I agree with Konstantinos, we should all be standing, but I think COVID protocols require us to seat. But before I answer your question, I want to be a little bit cheeky and ask everybody in the room here, who is a worker? Who in this room is a worker? So about a third or maybe more of you put your hands up. The reason I'm asking is no matter what I do around the world in relation to artificial intelligence, data governance, the effects of all of this on the world of work, the workers are seldom invited. It is as if the future of work has become an object of study more than welcoming the workers in as a subject of the cause, really, so to speak. A lot of people have also come to believe they're not workers. Workers are the people cleaning the streets or emptying the trash. We are, the majority of us, wage earners, and I really think one of the ways we're going to turn some of the tides here is that we reclaim that identity. All of us in this room are amongst the privileged type of workers, but I also want to talk about the workers today who are experiencing the vast and harmful consequences of these systems. So is AI going to create more jobs than it destructs? This is a very fond argument that many of the people who believe in AI would like to push for, and I can only say it's the biggest fallacy and biggest repeat of the neoclassical economy of the spaceless, voidless space or theory. Now, if you look at reality, yes, jobs are being created in certain fields, computer science, engineering, mathematics, the typical STEM subjects right now. But we also have very, very skilled people who are being pushed out of their jobs because these jobs are being either disrupted or made void or are being displaced by automation. So we have what we call low-skilled jobs occupied oftentimes by highly skilled people, or even those who we generally have put in the box of low-skilled, which is a derogative term amongst all derogative terms. They are now being forced into even more precarious work, where the harms that we all are facing when we're subject to some of these algorithms we heard about before have to do with increased work pressure, have to do with increased working time. It's no fluke that more and more countries and unions are pushing for the right to disconnect. But we also see high mental health pressures, physical health pressures. We see an attack on dignity, on autonomy. And ultimately, we are witnessing now the quantification of work and workers, the commodification. And I had a wonderful chat during lunch with an elderly gentleman who worked in one of the ports that Stavros Niarchos owned. And we were talking about the changes he's experienced since he was born before the Second World War. And this makes me think we are betraying history. At the end of the First World War in the Treaty of Versailles, world leaders came together and agreed in Article 427, labor is not a commodity. This was reconfirmed at the Second World War. In 1944, now the Declaration of Philadelphia. Labor is not a commodity. And I want to ask, are these algorithms which are precisely, be it in the dating world or in the job market, selecting candidates, deselecting others, matching you to a job or maybe not to another for whatever reason? Isn't this turning us into commodities? And therefore, aren't we betraying history?
Thank you so much. If you'll allow me a small asterisk, the SNF invites everyone in its conference. It's open for everyone. That's just something I want to get off my chest. But I hear your thoughts about possibly workers not being invited in the conversation about the future of their own work. So there is this theory then, there's this counter-argument that if we can have no one working tough labor and we can have robots instead, maybe we should establish what is called the universal basic income. So everyone can have the safety to not work, have an established income, and then do whatever they want with their lives. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, I am totally against the UBI, the Universal Basic Income. I think it is a concept pushed by those who wish to avoid responsibility. Right now, there's no cost of disruption. There's no obligation by law, by collective agreement around, say if you invest in disruptive technology, you have a duty to or upskill your workers and so forth. So people are saying UBI is great. We can all sort of outlive our creative potential and have a great time not working. Now, I think if we really thought that through, number one, there's an assumption that we have a creativity. I might find myself not really creative, or I'm creative in the company of others. Then it is an assumption, let's say I find out that I love gardening. Then there's an assumption in this talk of UBI that the local gardening club wants me to be part of them. I think we all have to just go back to the book, The Lord of the Flies, to sort of remember how social groups can very quickly turn to war with one another. But the third critique of this concept is it does not get away with extreme inequalities. And I think that if we have more and more people who feel undervalued or underseen, or many people work as well for other reasons than purely to earn an income. They work to fulfill themselves, to be inspired, to have social bonds. And if we see that there's a privileged few getting richer and richer, and the rest of us are left to seek our creative potential, I think we're going to have massive social upheaval, revolutions, despair, growing income inequalities, and so forth. So the short answer is I think UBI is being used as a scapegoat for taking responsibility.
Do either of you gentlemen have any thoughts on this concept which is being discussed a little bit these days? Are you for or against? So before I move on, I wanted to give you a chance how you would feel about the robots doing the work and people just having a universal basic income before I move on to you. You don't need to, but all right. Okay then, there's a third very important aspect of our lives that is being disrupted, as the word is. And Mr. Economou, you've pioneered work on the intersection of AI and the law. How is AI changing the law, if it is changing the law? Is it overhyped? Is it underhyped?
Thank you. First of all, thank you to the Stavros Niarchos Foundation for the opportunity to speak here and for gathering this wonderful convening, and especially for the opportunity to speak about AI and the law, and specifically AI in legal systems. It's a domain that has been surprisingly lost in the shuffle and in the discussion about the impacts of AI in society. And in my view, that's something very dangerous. The law and legal systems are the protectors of our rights. They ensure that we have the opportunities that we should have in society. They ensure that we meet our obligations as citizens. And yet, change in the law has been very organic, without, I would say, any adult supervision. I should say in starting that I've been an agent of change myself in terms of AI in the law. The company I used to lead until a couple of weeks ago, H5, is generally given credit for being the pioneer in the application of AI in the US in certain specific domains of the law. So for full disclosure, I'll say as an entrepreneur, I'm a believer in the fact that AI can advance the functions of the law and the values that animate the law. I believe in that. And at the same time, having lived at this intersection of AI and the legal systems for 2 decades, I've been horrified, like many other citizens have been, as to the adoption in the wild of AI, very often with procurement mechanisms that you think would apply to coffee machines, as if AI were any other type of technology. And I want to touch on a couple of things. One is, why should we be worried about AI automation in the law? After all, nobody was worried about other forms of automation, whether it's word processing or Excel spreadsheets automating computations. And after all, well, that's another technology that automates tasks that humans would do otherwise, would conduct otherwise. And there's a fair question. We haven't had all these discussions when, Excel was automating computations. Why should we be worried about automation of legal judgments, of the jobs that lawyers do, the jobs that judges do, the jobs that advocates do? And there is an answer to this, which is that there is a fundamental difference between prior forms of automation and the automation that AI enables. AI is trained by data. Data carries values, it carries judgments, and therefore effectively it embodies certain ethical perspectives on what is right, what is fair, and it embodies certain biases, conscious or unconscious, that we have in society. And so the problem with AI in automating legal judgments is that it effectively carries and produces judgments of people, of their circumstances, that are ethical judgments. And that is, in my view, the single major challenge for AI in the law. So that's one overarching statement on why we should be paying attention to AI invading the law. I'm not sure how familiar you all are with where AI fits in the law. I can tell you that there are some fairly simple applications. So for example, you can predict or try to predict how a court or a judge will decide a certain matter. There is something good about that, there is something bad about that. If you're somebody who wants to file a lawsuit and you can anticipate, thanks to AI, how a court could decide, you might pick a forum, a court or a jurisdiction that fits, your expected outcome. In my world, the world I've worked in over the past 20 years, AI was applied to find evidence. It's not quite the case in the European legal system. In the US legal system, you have the right to dig into, when you have big litigation, into all of the files of a corporate opponent that you have. So you have to review tens or 20 millions or tens of millions of documents to find evidence. Who knew what when, what happened how. You have to sift through all of that to be able to say, aha, this is proof that I was right, or this is proof that the other side is wrong. That used to be done by attorneys. That has been automated by AI so that you can find evidence faster, cheaper, better. If AI gets it right, that's good. Justice is served. If AI gets it wrong, because it misses a lot of evidence it should find, then justice is not served, because then the courts make decisions that are not informed by facts. How do we tell the difference between AI that works and AI that doesn't work? There is almost no evidence of that. The only studies that were done 12 years ago or more in the United States, and since then, somehow, nobody evaluates if AI is trustworthy. The third example I'll give, I don't want to take all the time here, but which folks from the US are aware of, is that AI, and that's the most dramatic example of the adoption of AI in the wild that I think undermines human rights, is the use of AI for what we call criminal risk assessment. So if you find yourself in the unfortunate position of being accused of something in the United States, and you go into court and you'll have a defense that will be put up, and at some point the judge has to make a decision. Am I going to give you bail? Am I going to let you, get out of jail, or am I going to put you in jail, and for how long? well, how do judges make these decisions? They listen to you, they listen to the prosecution, but then they will also consult a score that was produced by an AI algorithm that's called the risk assessment algorithm. And that score will tell the judge, is this person a low risk of recidivism? Is that person a medium risk of recidivism? Or is that person a high risk of recidivism? And whereas judges are supposed to only take that into account in part, what the AI produces, it turns out that for consistency, expediency, efficiency, it's very tempting to rely on those scores. And so I think it is true to say that in the United States today, whether or not you end up in jail and for how long may truly depend on what AI thinks of you. So I'll let you ponder that. And here as well, the question is, how do we know if these algorithms work? They've been adopted in many, many jurisdictions in the US. It's believed to be an evidence-based practice. I speak to judges every day who believe that this is science and we can trust science. And yet, to my knowledge, there is zero evidence, scientific evidence, that these algorithms produce accurate assessments whether you, as a person, are at risk of being a recidivist or not. And so the short answer to the shorter version of the answer of how has AI changed the law, I think it's changing it pervasively in the fabric of the law. I think there is a dangerous illusion of trustworthiness of AI in the law, and that the legal systems of countries that espouse democratic and humanist values are being undermined more than supported right now in the absence of standards and a true understanding of how specifically AI can advance the functions of the law and the values that animate the law.
Thank you. I think you would like to interject.
Yeah, I just really want to draw a parallel from the law there to the world of work. The majority of algorithms that are used for employee performance measurement, for hiring and firing and so on, are also not governed by the managers who are deploying them. And this is, for the majority of managers I've spoken to, they say, well, we don't know how, or we don't have time, or it's pretty accurate, so, And this is one of the biggest problems, right? We are not governing these tools. We are not putting demands to them on how they should be governed, with whom. I think in a previous panel, there's a great discussion around the stakeholders, who should be around the table. Now, of course, in the world of work, for me, that it should include the workers, the unions. But all of this are very immature discussions. And in the work that I do on the board of the Global Partnership on AI, it's certainly not on the table to create sort of governance templates or models. And for me, this speaks to sort of the laziness, the time efficiency pressure that we, just tend to want to believe in the quick and dirty solution. But the devastating effects this is having, right? As we also heard in the first panel around the speaker talking about black data, black people's data. The discrimination, the already marginalizing, the marginalized is just unacceptable and is against every single anti-discrimination law in our countries.
Can I just touch on this for one second? The example of AI for hiring algorithms is, I think, a prime example of the adoption in the wild of AI that fundamentally affects literally the future of people, right? The job you get or don't get when you're 22, 25, 30 will affect your outcomes when you're 40, 50, 60. And the interesting thing I've observed, and I don't have the expertise you have on the work side, but HR, human resources officers, acquire these algorithms not because they want to do a poor job and because they want to discriminate. They retain that because they think it will help them, these algorithms, it will help them actually look at more resumes and maybe avoid biases and not missing good candidates, because they also labor under the illusion that these algorithms work, because there is tremendous marketing around these algorithms, and there is again this belief that this is science and in fact that these are sound solutions. And for HR algorithms, just like for those used in the law, to my knowledge, there is simply no scientific evidence today to demonstrate that they are bias-free, that they can truly identify those candidates, irrespective of gender, irrespective of color of their skins, that are the right candidates for a job. And just to make this very simple, right, how do these algorithms work? They're trained on data. You know, if you trained on the data of a company where all senior managers are men, and they're white, and they're college educated, well, the algorithm will say, these are the types of people who are successful. So for internal promotions, I've got to propose more white men who are college educated, because clearly women or others are not good enough, because these are the people who get promoted. So that's how you perpetuate biases. And this discussion, even in the US, where I think there is some consciousness of the risk of AI in these types of environments, is completely embryonic, and I would say just in HR hiring, but in the law as well, we're too late. We are 5, 10, 20 years too late in creating governance mechanisms and avoiding procurement that is, again, akin to buying any type of IT or buying a coffee machine, right? These questions are fundamentally not asked.
This is an inception moment. We have been so critical right now that even our AI is raising concerns about the future of AI. Is the future of artificial intelligence a world where only a few elite technologies control the vast majority of the world's machines? Asks the AI, which is a common theme I sense among the three answers you gave me is human bias. It's an algorithm, it's trained. And either it's HR and white male faces, or whether it is an echo chamber, whether it is who the algorithm chooses to pair with whom. And that raises the question of algorithm accountability. Do you have any thoughts on that, Professor Aral?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to answer that question by commenting on the fantastic summary by Nicholas of the effects on the legal system. I think it was a very comprehensive and precise summary of a lot of the problems that are going on with regard to the application of AI to the legal system in particular. And while he's absolutely right, there's no evidence to be able to predict individuals' recidivism accurately. He's also right that that the bias, there's lots of evidence that AI will make biased recommendations along class and ethnic lines. And he's also right that in the US, there is a growing awareness of this bias. But I just want to add a bit of perhaps optimism to this, which is that let's say that we get our act together and we really think hard about how to properly regulate and build these AI systems. The reason for hope is because it's not appropriate necessarily to compare the bias in AI to perfect unbiased decisions. And the reason is because human decisions are also extremely biased. In other words, there are racist judges, there are sexist judges, and so when humans are making the decisions without AI support, there is a tremendous amount of opportunity for bias and error when human beings are making decisions. And in fact, that is the source of the bias in the data that AI is trained on to begin with. So imagine a world in which we take this extremely seriously, we regulate and build AI systems to specifically counteract the biases that exist in human decision-making, whether that's in labor choices on who to hire and who to promote, or judicial choices on bail or incarceration and so on. I could imagine a world in which AI assists in us overcoming the fundamental bias that exists in human decision-making. And I think that that's really a goal that we should be striving for.
Any thoughts?
Can I just say, I think this is exactly right, and part of the work the IEEE Global Initiative is trying to do, and the IEEE, Konstantinos spoke this morning, is precisely around that. And then, so I think there is cause for optimism in that respect. It raises complex questions of how do you define what a desirable objective is, and how do you measure the effectiveness of these AI systems at meeting the desirable objective, whether it's avoidance of bias or what is just in a certain circumstance. I love the notion of using AI, maybe not affirmatively as judges, but rather as perhaps a check on judicial decision-making to be able to identify outliers or particularly egregious instances of racial bias or otherwise. I will say I think there is one distinction, although I agree with the comment you made. Humans are very biased, and therefore, you could say if we have AI systems that are less biased than humans, well, why not use them? Because in the end, society would be better off if even partially bias is reduced. The one caveat to this, which I believe is really important, is the following. We as humans are trained to understand facial cues from people. We can read in the tone of voice. We can read on whether or not people are paying attention to what we say when they look at us or not. We can look if they're dismissive with their huffs and their puffs of what we say. So we can understand when a human seems to be biased against us. We have this visceral sense about it. When AI makes a judgment of our character or determines that we're at risk of recidivism or not, there are no such cues. And so we're tremendously disempowered because the way in which we interact with others and understand their intents towards us does not exist. And so we have no levers to respond or to even have cues that there is bias there. So that's the only caveat I would put to what you said, but on all substance, I agree completely.
I'd like to add one thing, if I could, Dimitris, which is this discussion is bringing out something which I think is a fundamental aspect of the application of artificial intelligence or modern computing technologies to societal questions like the ones we're discussing today, which is that it's incorrect to think about these as technical questions. Because when you scale decision-making, like we can now with computing, to the level of an entire society, the key questions that arise are fundamental ethical questions. And so when Nicholas says, what kinds of priorities or objectives will we define into the AI that will scale these decisions on, say, judicial choices, or on the other hand, on labor choices, or hiring, firing, or promotion choices? That brings us down a level from the technology to the level of just society and ethics, and takes us back to writings by people like John Rawls rather than people like computer scientists. And for instance, I do misinformation research. How do we fight falsity online? And what is the rise of fake content doing to voting decisions and other types of decisions that we take as a society all the time? How does it affect democracy? And you can think about this as a technical problem. It's the problem of misinformation spreading and algorithms promoting the reach of that misinformation and human beings being duped by it, et cetera. But underlying any technical solution to that problem is a fundamental question, which is, for example, who gets to decide what's true and what's false? That is not a technical question. That is a values question. And what is coming up for me in this discussion that has moved from, human evolution in dating and matching to labor to law to misinformation is that when a technology scales our decision-making to the level of a society, we cannot underestimate or avoid the fundamental ethical and values-based judgments that requires us to examine thoroughly and make, because those judgments will then scale to the level of societies very quickly.
So who will guard the guardians, effectively, right?
Can I? Yeah, I'd love to pick up on that because it's such important points.
Before you start, let me mention that still our AI is ingesting the discussion and spitting out interesting questions, some more interesting than others. Please continue and we'll have a chat with you later.
Thanks. No, I mean, really, really interesting points, right? And this is, if you go back to the world of work and you go back to sort of the post-war period, this is why unions and employers actually had the dialogue in workplaces, right? That was, what are the decisions being made, for whom, what groups are being benefited, what are the trade-offs between efficiency and rights, so to speak. And I really, really think, you know, we should stop using technology for union busting. We should stop using technology to squeeze the last energy and resources out of people. And then we should say, how can we use this technology to benefit groups of workers, all groups of workers, and how do we have a dialogue around eventual harms and trade-offs? So I really think, you know, every time I talk about AI or algorithmic systems, it really is, you know, we need to bring dialogue back into vogue, right? We need to talk again. And I think this has been one of the big missing links is on the governance issue. And I just want to pick up, Nicholas, you were talking about procurement before. And I think that's another very important point, because the traditional struggle between management and labor has now got a third party creeping in on it. I usually call it the Pac-Man, and that Pac-Man is the developers or the deployers of new technology. So you have the deploying company who doesn't own this technology, who might not even have a right to know what the algorithms are, yet that has real life impact on the workforce. And how do we create a governance system, and I know IEEE and other standard bodies are working on this, where there's a link between the developers, the vendors, and the deployers around the algorithms, around injustices, around, you know, questions of fairness and so on, but also where we have a right for the workers to the data, to the inferences, to also demand changes or edits to the algorithms. And I see those murky waters created by the Pac-Man coming in here are very, very under-examined, also legally, also in relation to our rights.
Agreed. I mean, so all this is, I mean, just really very interesting. If you think about governance of AI, there's two aspects to this. One is the process. What are the things you do along the way to try to make sure that your design and your testing and your deployment actually conforms with, you know, human rights or lack of bias? How do you incorporate that in the design? That's a process question, which is important for legitimacy and transparency and knowing what people did and what. And then you have the actual exit test, which goes to the fundamental question, Sinan, you were asking, which is, well, how do we know in the end, no matter what the process was, if yes or no a given AI system meets the objectives of being bias-free or not? And that goes to measurement. How do you measure the actual output? We have an interesting analogy in everyday life, which is car crashes, right? None of us understands how cars are made unless you're an engineer. And we only trust car companies that far when they tell us cars are safe. And we can look at their processes and we can believe that they produce safe cars, but we know that they're safe, not because we looked at the process, but because we had car crashes, car crash tests that tell us this car is safe or not. And I'm a big proponent in the belief that when you have benchmarks for AI that actually conduct this exit test for example, for HR algorithms, are they yes or no biased? For another piece we didn't talk about is for financial services. Many of you might know that, but when you apply for a loan, there is an AI algorithm that will crunch all the data that is known about you and decide how much money you should be able to borrow. The entire right to opportunity you have, which is such an important right for human flourishing, I guess in Athens I should say human eudaimonia, an algorithm will decide that for you if you're 25, 30 years old, starting in life, which could impede the totality of your life because some algorithms thought that you weren't really creditworthy. There is no scientific evidence that I'm aware of today that has had these crash tests for these algorithms to say yes or no, they can make accurate, effective assessments of the extent to which a person is creditworthy. And so we have proposed as IEEE, in work we collaborated with the Council of Europe on, to the creation of a benchmarking institute like that in Europe, whose purpose would be to tackle the very hard question that Sinan asked, which is really fundamentally these ethical questions. What do we think is right or wrong? And how do we assess the extent to which algorithms achieve the desirable objective? I'll note to my despair, and I won't name the company, but I was speaking at the panel at, in a prestigious scientific setting in the States, and one of the major, technology companies you're all aware of was talking about this problem with how do we ensure that there is no bias in what we do. And between these two levers, the process and the exit test, that company was saying, well, look, there are so many views on what is fair and what is not fair and what bias is and what bias is not, that we really can't make that decision, and therefore we're just going to focus on process and tell you we had the right people involved and they did the right things, and therefore trust us that our processes produce the right result. And for me, that's absolutely terrifying, because just like as the example I took, the car manufacturing, I can look at the car manufacturing process all day long. I don't know if the product is actually safe. I need the exit test. And so I have a great fear that we are running away from those hard questions: what is right, what is wrong, what is fair, what is not fair, what is our definition of bias, or avoidance of bias, and be able to measure systematically AI processes, not just algorithms, because you also have human operators that are often ignored in that equation, and see if they can produce the outcomes that conform to human rights, conform to our laws, conforms to our values certainly in the West.
This idea of the need for regulating the rampaging AI, and we keep trying to catch up, keeps coming up. And I wonder, do we have any chance, or is this a losing game? How can because we have been notoriously slow in the past with disrupting technologies to catch up as societies. And where does the secret lie to maybe having a fighting chance this time? You mentioned putting, for instance, the workers at the table of the dialogue. But if power and the currency is data and training the algorithms is so concentrated, how do we create those loopholes where we fit in and we turn this into a more optimistic? You're an optimist by nature, to more of an optimistic discussion. If we feel like it, how do we regulate? Do we? Can we? Who would ever like to start? Sina?
I think there's plenty of room for regulation. I think regulation is absolutely necessary in a lot of the domains that we are describing here. I think the major problem that we have in regulating this type of technology, or any type of technology, is that typically the regulators are not well versed in technology. And so I, as part of my job, sit down and watch all of the congressional hearings that happen in the United States related to technology issues. I also watch video of the parliamentary debates in Europe about technology issues, whether it's the Digital Services Act or the Digital Markets Act, or various probing commissions that they have, and different committees that exist that hold hearings in the United States, and so on. And one thing that becomes evident right away is how little or how poorly the legislatures and legislators understand the technology that they are tasked with regulating. So I think the solution to that is to get technical expertise into the hands of the regulators to guide them and to advise them on the regulation. The challenge there is that you don't want that technical expertise coming from the companies that are building the technologies and have a market concentration position as one of these major large companies that is responsible for building and selling the technology. So we really need to look to external scientific experts that are very well versed in the technology and that don't have a stake in the advancement of this technology for commercial purposes, advising the legislatures in terms of how to regulate.
Yeah, good luck with attracting data scientists to a government job. You've seen how well it pays.
It's not just about putting data scientists in government. I think it's about tapping experts as advisors to committees and parliaments as they think about what the actual terms and actual what is written into a regulation. And that doesn't require them to be employed by the government. In fact, it's probably better that they're not.
Correct. And how about work?
No, I just want to say I totally agree with the professor here, because it's, I addressed recently the European Parliament, several committees there, and where I said, a dangerous trend in the discussions of the digitalization of work is it gets reduced to a question of skills. And then in the question time afterwards, 90% of the questions were on skills, right? Because that's what they know, right? That's something they can relate to. But on the question of regulation, and then I'd love to get back to the capacity question afterwards, I think there's regulation on many levels. I think we need to maybe look at the United Nations and look at the ILO in relation to the world of work, the International Labour Organization, and start really demanding of them that they take responsibility and get out of the deadlock they're in many ways, around regulation of algorithmic systems, data rights for workers and so on. That's one thing. I think if we move down some levels onto the regional scale, if you look at some of the data protection regulations across the world, they're very weak. Many of them don't have authorities who can actually enforce the laws, or independent authorities. So there we should have a look. How can we improve? And I think our speakers from before around the indigenous notions of the we or the I could be very interesting to bring more collective data rights into this. And then if we look down to the level of workplaces, as I said before, we need to capacity build the unions, the workers who, I train workers across the world, and their digital preparedness or awareness is very, very low, like the rest of the main population, really. How do we capacity build them to bring issues of data, of algorithmic governance into the collective agreements? But then also, which is an assumption that is often sort of falsely made, is we need to train the managers. There seems to be an assumption that managers know what they're doing, and they don't necessarily. So I think it's governance on many, many levels, but I really am looking at our governments to take the responsibility of our time, which unfortunately they're not at the minute.
Agreed. I think the upskilling of regulators and even of corporate managers is really important. So I have a note that is a little pessimistic on that front, and a note maybe a bit more optimistic. The pessimistic note is the world I lived in, which is the world of the law, is quite remarkable in terms of, I would say, a lab societally. And the reason for that is when AI is used in the law, there is a lot of transparency. There is a judge that can impose as much transparency as they want into what is going on. Typically, both sides are represented by very skilled attorneys who can bring in scientific experts. There are safeguards across the way. So there is no other domain really in society where there is as much skill, as much transparency in what is done, why it's done, how it's done than the law. And yet in spite of that, most of the AI adopted in the law today is not effective at meeting its purported objectives, but it is believed to. So a lot of those titles, those skill sets that are involved, the imprimatur of judges, all of that combines into something very dangerous, which is an illusion of trustworthiness. And so the question is then, if in the law, the addition of all this expertise was not able to prevent the adoption of AI when it should not have been adopted, why should we believe that adding those skill sets with regulators would solve the problem? And so I think it's part of the solution without question. Today there is not enough horsepower intellectually, technically, with regulators or otherwise. But I do believe it is indispensable to get to standards and certifications that are very strict, just like we have for drugs, right? I mean, we all know today with COVID that, you know, it was wonderful scientific research that produced a vaccine very quickly. Well, we have clinical trials to make sure it's effective, that it doesn't have side effects, and then we also train our doctors and we certify our doctors. And the reason we trust medicine is in part because they're regulators, but in part because we can trust the certifications that doctors have, and we trust the clinical trials we undertake. There are no clinical trial equivalent, the crash test I talked about earlier in AI, and there are no certifications for the operators of AI who often interact with these algorithms. So it's a complete Wild West, and I fear that just adding technical skill sets with regulators may end up producing the same result as in the law. So that's the pessimistic note. The optimistic note is that the European Commission, the European Parliament, including our very own here in Greece, Eva Kaili, are focused on those issues. The Council of Europe, which is, as some of you know, separate from the European Commission, but is in charge of the protection of human rights and democratic values in Europe, is very focused on that. They have an ad hoc committee on AI on which I've had the privilege to contribute as well some thoughts, but they're very focused on this question of regulatory regimes, but not leaving it at that, really understanding how you connect the human values that we all care about as embodied in the European Convention of Human Rights. From there, make sure that you can have principles for the adoption of AI. From there, make sure that you have mechanisms that are evidence-based and sound to establish the extent to which truly, when these systems are used, they meet or not, or they advance and protect human rights or not. I think it's a bit of a long-haul work, but the people who work on this are, I think, very principled. They're smart, they understand the challenges well, and I think there is, at long last, for the protection of all of our futures, real attention to this problem.
On a tangent, since we mentioned the pandemic, I would like to ask you how we feel about this talk about essential workers and at the same time the pandemic hollowing out a whole part of the workforce and like used as an excuse maybe in a way. How do we feel? Thank you for the tangent, by the way.
Okay, so that's a big question that I think reveals in many ways. We can take nurses, for example. In many countries across the world, at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock every evening, we would clap for and applaud the nurses. But in many countries, we won't give them a pay rise. Right? It's free to clap. It's free to acknowledge that they are doing dangerous and essential work. Yet in the UK, for example, where you can hear I'm originally from, you know, they were offered a 1% pay rise. In Denmark right now, where I now live, the government is now going into a strike act or breaking the strike between the nurses and the state because the nurses wanted a greater pay rise. So we want to talk about essential workers, yet we also don't want to acknowledge them, or what I call, you know, reward them, and not just financially, but also, you know, that work should be rewarding emotionally, culturally, religiously, and financially, but also that we reward the work of others. So COVID-19 has put, you know, things really, I think, on the line. A lot of the workers that we've become dependent on, from the delivery drivers who come with our goods, our food, our services, to the nurses, to those who keep our societies, the wheels turning around are often the lowest paid segments in our society. And I think that's something we really have to think about. You know, what societies do we want? Well, knowing that all the experts say we're going to come into periods of viruses of this kind going forward. So this is more, you know, like, okay, we have, you know, the richest 1% who have enough millions that they could solve the vaccination disparity, the divides in distribution. They could solve that tomorrow. We have, a distribution crisis, which is also national, but essentially also global. And this is, not a really sexy topic to talk about, redistribution. But we could be using AI for climate crisis. We could be using AI to avoid tax evasion. We could be using AI for health, for the distribution of these vaccinations to stop the hoard and the greed. But that's not what we're doing, essentially, or that's not sort of what the market is rewarding. So also there, we need to look into, again, how does the market reward certain actions and non-actions by companies and governments?
So I feel like you're the perfect candidate to answer our questionnaire right now because you touched upon this. So what would you want to be able to do with AI that you cannot do now? Asks the AI.
Thank you, GBT3. I didn't know you were, okay. So what would I want to do with AI that's not being done now? I think AI, for example, in the world of work, if I stick to my own domain, it could really pinpoint, highlight union busting, for example. AI is now being used to help companies find out who is organizing. Let's turn the AI around and say who is actually engaging in what is an illegal activity, so union busting. I think AI could really help us not only agree that wage inequality is not good, but it could do something about it. I think income inequalities of extreme degree could be flushed out, could give the evidence that you were talking about, Nicola, and really, we could deal with that. I think supply value chain problems, I think we're going to face huge disruptions in relation to those as more and more companies are automating their tasks and therefore pulling work out of the developing economies. I think, again, there can we have AI that sort of traverses all of these value chains for abuses of human rights. We could have that in form of, in the global south, the informal economy is huge, where workers really have no means to or possibilities to claim their rights. There again, we could use AI, right? And then the climate. I mean, there's many, many, many things that could be done, but are not necessarily being done because nobody can fund it.
Can I extend the question to the gentleman? What can we do? What could we do with AI that we cannot do right now? Mr. Aral, Professor Aral.
I mean, I think that is a very good list that we just heard. I think it's, I do believe that when you have the market deciding where to implement AI and it essentially follows the money, that you are not necessarily going to have it applied to the most useful places. And places where there isn't a lot of profit. In fact, there may be loss of profit, but there is an ability to solve real challenges like the ones that were just described. I feel like there are tremendous applications of AI in health, primarily because machine learning can see things that human beings can't see. A great example of that, just taking the health domain, is reduction of errors in medical decisions, in imaging, for instance, for radiology, for MRIs, for the detection of cancer. Research shows that AI can dramatically reduce the numbers of false negatives in cancer detection. But again, with every one of these applications, even for good, there's trade-offs. So the trade-off there is between resolution and speed. If you want greater resolution analysis of images, then you sacrifice speed. If you want to analyze many images in a shorter period of time, then you sacrifice resolution. Another example of health is basically the quantified self, the ability for AI to give feedback to individuals directly about their health decisions, their adherence to drugs, their sleep habits, their exercise habits, their nutrition habits, and so on. The challenge there is that the green light readers that would measure that kind of health, for instance, on a stopwatch, are known to be biased against certain pigments of skin, providing more errors in the data for people of darker skin than for people of whiter skin. That is a fundamental problem with the imbalance and inequity of the accessibility of health and wellness benefits from AI. Another great example is the unification of the electronic medical record, which would help doctors make better decisions as a patient goes from one specialist to another or one geographic location to another. And another one, obviously, is telemedicine, being able to communicate in a more rich fashion with your medical provider, especially those people who live in rural areas where getting access to face-to-face medical care is more costly for them. Climate change is another perfect example. And as well, labor, I completely agree that applying it to union busting and or not applying it to reducing the biases in hiring and promotion are big misses for us. And the judicial system, I feel like we've covered quite well as well.
Wow, that's a lot of work to be done.
I could add one. So all of that, obviously, is all the appeal, right, of AI, the opportunity to see a world that's improved by it. In the domain of the law, for me, in summary, it's improving access to justice. Both in developed countries and in the global south, there are swaths of people who are excluded from the legal system. If you're a worker that has maybe a €1,000 dispute or €2,000 dispute with your employer, can you ever get justice? How much will it cost you to use a human lawyer and go in front of a human judge and take the 5 years it takes to get through this, maybe in Greece, where the processes are quite slow, but even in other countries, even in the US, these things take forever. If you are a citizen in the global, I worked for about a decade in sub-Saharan Africa, where there are no institutions, and by analogy, back in the day, there was no access to credit or to banking. Well, technology in Africa leapfrogged a whole generation of banking institutions because everybody now can bank from their phone, and that provides access to credit. It demonstrates all the power of technology when it's well applied. So I think there are real avenues to provide access to justice, and one could imagine starting easy, looking at those types of disputes that are not very high stakes, but important to individuals, whether it's disputes with your landlord, disputes with your employer, and start to develop and test and measure AI systems to see if they can provide, I wouldn't say be in a judicial function, but be able to provide a perspective on what the court might produce based on the laws of the country, and be able to do that practically instantly with the parties having said what they have to say about the case. I don't think the technology is there today, but in terms of access to justice, starting by deploying AI to address small monetary amounts that are the everyday challenge and frustrations and diminishment very often of workers and ordinary citizens who simply can't have access to justice. I think for me, that's where I would invest resources if I could, because I think that would be for the greatest good. I'll just one addition to this, in terms of access to justice, in my domain, which was, again, where I worked for 20 years at deploying AI, which was fact-finding. How do you identify evidence in sometimes tens of millions of documents and emails and whatnot? I can tell you that what used to cost about, let's say, $1 million 20 years ago to analyze a whole swath of documents, today probably costs $50,000. So what was entirely inaccessible to most of us 20 years ago, today is accessible to many, many more people because of AI. And in this particular domain, studies that the US government did, an entity called the National Institute of Standards and Technology, which is an expert at measuring, determined to a degree of scientific certainty that AI, or at least some forms of AI, and there are very few, have been able to do better than humans do, to a degree of statistical certainty at finding the right evidence. So if you can be sure that the goal can be met, and if it can cost you 50,000 as opposed to $1 million that it costs with humans, that advances access to justice. So that would be my wish for AI over the next decade.
Thank you. And a closing remark from you before we have just 5 minutes for questions?
Yeah, no, what a wonderful panel. I mean, amazing contributions here. I mean, I think my final thing is we should apply all of these. We should, put money, we should, funnel the money into the application and development of the systems we've been talking about. But then we should also put the red lines down. What can these systems not be used for? We should also say who has access, and that was also in a previous panel, what about the collective data access and control? How do we make sure that that's not monopolized? I often talk about the monopolization of truth right now, because it is those who have the data who are feeding the public, the labor market, with their versions of the truth. So how do we collectivize that? How do we empower the disempowered? In the world of work, how do we develop technology that's responsible, that's privacy preserving? How do we link tech activists with union people, with workers? Because you don't know what you don't know, right? And we can't begin to develop policy on things that we have never even heard about before, we don't know about. So how do we create those dialogues, those red lines, but importantly and really across the world, how do we look into the collective ownership or the control over these systems?
Thank you. We only have less than 5 minutes for a couple of questions, but since we answered proactively many of questionators' answers, I would like to see whether, open the floor for questions, just a couple. Can we share a microphone?
Thank you very much. My name is Nico. I lead the Future Society. So great to see so many friends on stage, and congratulations on a very good panel. I want to get a bit technical on what we discuss over regulation. Okay, there is a need for capacity building in terms of how regulators seek the pursuit of regulation. There are at least two models. One is the adjudicatory model, which is distributed, where you have courts around the country which have the responsibility of serving justice. There is another model. I'm not saying, I just want to understand where you stand on that. There's another model, which is the regulatory model. They are not the same. You have a law which is passed, which decides to delegate to an independent regulatory mechanism, the Food and Drug Administration, the FCC, the FAA, the DPA. And the reason why this delegation happens is because we put on the table enough money to concentrate and to focus the capacity building, la montée en compétence, as we say in French. So I want to understand in terms of, because you talked a lot about the what, I want to get you to talk about a little bit about the how you want this regulation to happen. So what do you think in terms of how we should follow one or the other model? We need both of them, of course, but where do you stand on that?
Who would like to answer? Maybe.
Well, I think, Nico, it's a great question, but I think in the relation to the world of work, it should be through collective bargaining, number one. This should be enforced and enacted by specific authorities. I think the model in Europe of the data protection authorities and the mandate they have could be expanded into the scope of algorithmic systems, AI, and so forth. But they have to be sufficiently funded and resourced, which many aren't, even in Europe. So I think that's it's a very sensible model to delegate, and I think that addresses also the professor's point that the politicians don't really know what they are supposed to be regulating. So if we can delegate the enforcement of law into bodies like this, I think that's very sensible. But in countries that have strong collective bargaining or collective agreements in relation to the world of work, it should be found there.
So, would you like to add something, or?
Well, so first of all, I work with Nico closely as I chair the law committee of the Future Society. My own perspective is that we need institutions of significant countervailing power to the major technology companies, and therefore the delegation of authority to call it an FDA of AI or something of that nature is very important, and I think there are all sorts of mechanisms and ways to deploy that. I'll simply say that's a model that's worked in medicine, it's a model that's worked in aviation, It's a model that's worked for every domain in which we entrust to technology our lives, and there is no reason why it shouldn't be the model we should follow, or at least build from, when it comes to AI and other technology that can not only change our lives, but can truly dehumanize us if it's not properly controlled and governed.
Thank you. Can we have a microphone there, please? If you would like to address a specific speaker, just state it, please. This will be our last question for today.
My name is George Gantsias. I'm a professor at Hellenic University. And thank you very much for all this talking, because it's very important, and my research as well, because I have done 2 chapters, one on governing on humans, not by robots, and the other is dynamics in public interest. It's about regulation. And I have a book about the dynamics of regulation, global control, local resistance, which I'm wondering from 2000 up to now, how can we develop a global regulatory mechanism? And the question which I'm asking to myself, I'm not asking to you for an answer. It's not who regulates the regulators, is the question. And the other question is, can we actually develop a legal system who can take artificial intelligence to court? In other words, can we develop law for artificial intelligence? And this is very fundamental questions to think and to develop our regulatory systems in the future. And about the difference between artificial intelligence and humans, my views is that humans are creators, producers, and facilitators, and artificial intelligence are producers and facilitators. And for my research, I try to distinguish between creation and production and facilitation. And in that way, I would like to have some comments how actually we can develop such a regulatory system, because my model which I have is a model which call it product and process regulation, which is a model which develops on product regulation, process regulation. I have done in my book, Dynamics of Global Regulation.
Professor, that's 3 questions.
I have done this issue, and the thing is, because you speak about accountability, for me, when I've been in some conference in China, everywhere, and asking that question, who regulates the regulators, we speak about global regulation.
That's a lovely question. Thank you so much.
The question is, do you think that there is a possibility to have global regulation or not?
Professor Aral, would you like to take this one?
Sure. So let me just answer that, and also with regard to the last question about agencies, for example. I think it again underlies fundamental issues that we have in the application of regulation and the law. One that is certainly true in the United States is essentially a problem of regulatory capture, where we have extremely unequal resources for lobbying, and that creates potential for regulatory capture of the legal system by the companies that it is designed to regulate. And I think that you know, there are issues when you think about creating an agency about what are the political and commercial incentives and interests that go into staffing that agency, that go into creating the leadership of that agency. For instance, if the executive branch is assigning you know, people to lead a particular agency, what is the link between the vast lobbying efforts of the companies that are funding the politicians that are being elected and how they make decisions on who to staff that agency with? So that brings us to one of the topics of the panel that we haven't covered, which is competition. I don't want to give a detailed answer about competition, but only to say that market concentration is it prevents us from doing a lot of these things because we have vast amounts of power in the hands of a few. And I just want to answer the second part of this question that was just asked about, can we have global regulation? I think we have to be thinking about the vast differences that are emerging in what I would call the three primary regimes of China, Europe, and the United States with regard to regulating AI and technology. We're seeing vastly different standards develop across these areas. And we have to have a focus on what I've called, and what many others have called, the splinter net. The idea that the internet writ large would be split into communities that are largely unconnected and governed differently. And I think that as a splinter net develops, it makes it more difficult to solve global challenges like climate change, because the populations of those different communities and geographies around the world have completely different information and perspectives about, for example, climate change or any other global problem, which makes cooperation very difficult.
Thank you all so much. I think we're leaving here concerned and wiser a little bit. Thank you so, so much. And all of you for being with us. Thank you.
The Life Cycle of Software Object by Ted Chiang. Her name is Ana Alvarado, and she's having a bad day. She spent all week preparing for a job interview, the first one in months to reach the video conference stage, but the recruiter's face barely appeared on screen before he told her that the company had decided to hire someone else. So she sits in front of her computer, wearing her good suit for nothing. She makes a half-hearted attempt to send queries to some other companies and immediately receives automated rejections. After an hour of this, Anne decides she needs some diversion. She opens the next dimension window to play her current favorite game, Age of Iridium. The beachhead is crowded, but her avatar is wearing the coveted mother-of-pearl combat armor, and it's not long before some players ask her if she wants to join the fire team. They cross the combat zone, hazy with the smoke of burning vehicles, and for an hour they work to clear out the stronghold of mantids. It's the perfect mission for Anne's mood, easy enough that she can derive satisfaction from it. Her teammates are about to accept another mission when a phone window opens up in the corner of Anne's video screen. It's a voice call from her friend, Robin. So Anne switches her microphone over to take the call. Hey, Robin.
Hi, Anna. How's it going?
I'll give you a hint. I'm playing AOI. Robin smiles.
Had a rough morning?
You could say that. Anna tells her about the cancelled interview.
Well, I've got some good news that might cheer you up. Can you meet me in Data Earth?
Sure, just give me a minute to log out.
I'll be at my place.
Okay, see you soon. Anna excuses herself from the fire team and closes her next dimension window. She logs on to Data Earth and the window zooms into her last location. A dance club cut into a giant cliff face. Data Earth has its down gaming continents. Earththorn, Orbis Tertius, but they aren't to Anne's taste, so she spends her time here on the social continents. Her avatar is still wearing a party outfit from her last visit. She changes to more conventional clothes and then opens a portal to Robin's home address. A step through, and she's in Robin's virtual living room on a residential aerostat floating above a semicircular waterfall a mile across. Their avatars hug. So, what's up? Says Anna.
Blue Gamma is up.
Says Robin.
We just got another round of funding, so we're hiring. I showed you your resume around, and everyone's excited to meet you.
Me? Because of my vast experience? Anna has only just completed her certificate program in software testing. Robin taught an introductory class, which is where they met.
Actually, that's exactly it. It's your last job that got them interested.
Anna spent 6 years working at the zoo. Its closure was the only reason she went back to school. I know things get crazy at a startup, but I'm sure you don't need a zookeeper. Robin chuckles.
Let me show you what we were working on. They said I could give you a pick under non-disclosure agreement.
This is a big deal. Up until now, Robin hasn't been able to give any specifics about her work at Blue Gamma. Anna signs the NDA and Robin opens a portal.
We've got a private island. Come take a look.
They walk their avatars through. Anne's half expecting to see a fantastical landscape when the window refreshes, but instead her avatar shows up in what it looks at first glance to be a daycare center. On second glance, it looks like a scene from a children's book. There's a little anthropomorphic tiger club sliding color beads along a frame of wires, a panda bear examining a toy car, a cartoon version of a chimpanzee rolling a foam rubber ball. The on-screen annotations identify them as digians, digital organisms that live in environments like Data Earth. But they don't look like any that Anne's seen before. These are idolized pets marketed to people who can't commit to a real animal. They lack the picture-perfect cuteness, and their movements are too awkward. Neither do they look like inhabitants of Data Earth's biomes. Anna has visited the Pangaea archipelago, seen the unipedal kangaroos and bidirectional snakes that evolved in its various hothouses, and these digians clearly didn't originate that. This is what Blue Gamma makes? Digians?
Yes, but not ordinary digians. Check it out.
Robin's avatar walks over to the chimp rolling the ball and crouches down in front of it.
Hi, Pongo. What you doing?
Ponko bli bil.
Says the Digeon, startling Anna.
Playing with a ball? That's great. Can I play too?
No, bongo bil.
Please.
The chimp looks around and then, never letting go of the ball, toddles over to a scattering of wooden blocks. It nudges one of them in Robin's direction.
Robin bli blix.
It sits back.
Bongo bli ball.
Okay then.
Robin walks back over to Anna.
What do you think?
That's amazing. I didn't know Digeons had come so far.
It's all pretty recent. Our dev team hired a couple of PhDs after seeing their conference presentation last year. We've got a genomic engine that we call Neuroplast, and it supports more cognitive development than anything else currently out there. These fellows here are the smartest ones we've generated so far.
And you're going to sell them as pets?
That's the plan. We're going to pitch them as pets you can talk to, teach to do really cool tricks. There's an unofficial slogan we use in-house: all the fun of monkeys with none of the poop throwing.
Anne smiles. I am starting to see where an animal training background could be handy.
Yeah, we aren't always able to get these guys to do what we are told. And we don't know how much of it is in their genes and how much is because we aren't using the right techniques.
She watches as the panda-shaped Digeon picks up the toy car with one paw and examines the underside. With its other paw, it cautiously bats at the wheels. How much do these Digeons start out knowing?
Practically nothing. Let me show you.
Robin activates a video screen on the wall of the daycare center. It displays footage of a room decorated in primary colors with a handful of Digeons lying on the floor. Physically, they're no different from the ones in the daycare center, but their movements are random, spasmodic.
These guys are newly instantiated. It takes them a few months subjective to learn the basics, how to interpret visual stimuli, how to move their limbs, how solid objects behave. We run them in a hothouse during the stage, so it all takes about a week. When they're ready to learn language and social interactions, we switch to running them in real time. That's where you would come in.
The panda pushes the toy car back and forth across the floor a few times, and then makes a braying sound. Anna realizes that the Digeon is laughing. Robin continues.
I know you studied primate communications in school. Here's a chance to put that in use. What do you think? Are you interested?
Anna hesitates. This is not what she envisioned for herself when she went to college. And for a moment she wonders how it came to this. As a girl, she dreamed of following Fosse and Goodall to Africa. By the time she got out of grad school, there were so few apes left that her best option was to work in a zoo. Now she's looking at a job as a trainer of virtual pets. In her career trajectory, you can see the diminution of the natural world writ small. Snap out of it, she tells herself, it may not be what she had in mind, but this is a job in a software industry, which is what she went back to school for. And training virtual monkeys might actually be more fun than running test suits, so long as Blue Gamma is offering a decent salary. Why not? Clara and the Sun by Kazuo Ishiguro. It was later that same afternoon Rosa said,
Clara, isn't it funny? I always thought we'd see so many artificial friends out there once we got in the window, all the ones who'd found homes already. But there aren't so many. I wonder where they are.
This was one of the great things about Rosa. She could fail to notice so much, and even when I pointed something out to her, she'd still not see what was special or interesting about it. Yet every now and then she'd make an observation, like this one. As soon as she said what she did, I realized that I too had expected to see many more AFs from the window, walking happily with their children, even going about the business by themselves. And that even if I hadn't acknowledged it to myself, I too had been surprised and a little disappointed. "You're right," I said, looking from right to left. "Just now, among all these passers-by, there isn't a single AF.
Oh, isn't that one over there, going past the Far Escapes building?"
We both looked carefully, then shook our heads at the same time. Though she'd been the one to bring up this question about the AFs outside, it was typical that she soon lost all interest in it. By the time I finally spotted a teenage boy and his AF walking past the juice stand on the RPO building side, she barely looked the way. But I went on thinking about what Rosa had said, and whenever an AF did go by, I made sure to watch closely. And before long, I noticed a curious thing. There were always more AFs to be seen on the RPO building side than on ours. And often if an AF did happen to be coming towards us on our side, walking with a child past the second towaway zone sign, they would then use the crossing and not come past our store. When AFs did go by us, they almost always acted oddly, speeding up their walk and keeping their faces turned away. I wondered then if perhaps we, the whole store, were an embarrassment to them. I wondered if Rosa and I, once we found our homes, would feel an awkwardness to be reminded that we hadn't always lived with our children, but in a store. However much I tried, though, I couldn't imagine either Rosa or me ever feeling that way about the store, about manager, and the other AFs. Then as I continued to watch the outside, another possibility came to me. That the AFs weren't embarrassed, but they were afraid. They were afraid because we were new models, and they feared that before long, their children would decide it was time to have them thrown away, to be replaced by AFs like us. That was why they shuffled by so awkwardly, replaced by AFs like us. That was why they shuffled by so awkwardly, refusing to look our way. And that was why so few AFs could be seen from our window. For all we knew, the next street, the one behind the RPO building, was crowded with them. For all we knew, the AFs outside did all they could to take any route other than the one would bring them past our store, because the last thing they wanted was for their children to see us and come to the window. I shared none of these thoughts with Rosa. Instead, whenever we spotted an AF out there, I made a point of wondering aloud if they were happy with their child and with their home, and this always pleased and excited Rosa. She took it up as a kind of game, pointing and saying,
"Look over there. Do you see Clara? That boy just loves his artificial friend. Oh, look at the way they're laughing together."
And sure enough, there were plenty of pairs that looked happy with each other. But Rosa missed so many signals. She could often exclaim delightedly at a pair going by, and I would look and realize that even though a girl was smiling at her AF, she was in fact angry with him, and was perhaps at that very moment thinking cruel thoughts about him. I noticed such things all the time, but said nothing and let Rosa go on behaving as she did. Once, on the morning of our 5th day in the window, I saw 2 taxis over the RPO building side moving slowly, and so close together someone new might have supposed they were a single vehicle, a kind of double taxi. Then the one in front became slightly faster and a gap appeared, and I saw through that gap on the far sidewalk a girl of 14, wearing a cartoon shirt, walking in the direction of the crossing. She was without adults or an AF, but seemed confident and a little impatient. And because she was walking at the same speed as the taxis, I was able to keep watching her through the gap for some time. Then the gap between the taxis grew wider still, And I saw she was with an AF, after all, a boy AF, who was walking 3 paces behind. And I could see, even in that instant, that he hadn't lagged behind by chance, that this was how the girl had decided they would always walk. She in front, and he a few steps behind. The boy AF had accepted this, even though other passers-by would see and conclude he wasn't loved by the girl. And I could see the weariness in the boy AF's walk and wondered what it might be like to have found a home and yet to know that your child didn't want you. Until I saw this pair, it hadn't occurred to me an AF could be with a child who despised him and wanted him gone, and that they could nevertheless carry on together. And then the front of the taxi slowed because of the crossing, and the one behind drew up, and I couldn't see them anymore. I kept watching to see if they would come over at the crossing, but they weren't in the crossing crowd, and I couldn't longer see the other side because of the other taxis. I wouldn't have wanted anyone other than Rosa beside me in the window during those days. But our time there did bring out the differences in our attitudes. It wasn't really that I was more eager to learn about the outside than Rosa. She was, in her own way, excited and observant, and as anxious as I was to prepare herself to be as kind and helpful and AF as possible. But the more I watched, the more I wanted to learn, and unlike Rosa, I became puzzled and increasingly fascinated by the more mysterious emotions passers-by would display in front of us. I realized that if I didn't understand at least some of these mysterious things, then when the time came, I'd never be able to help my child as well as I should. So I began to seek out on sidewalks, inside passing taxis, amidst the crowds waiting at the crossing, the sort of behavior about which I needed to learn. At first, I watched Rosa to do as I was, but soon saw this was pointless. Once, on our third window day, when the sun had already gone behind the RPO building, 2 taxis stopped on our side. The drivers got out and began to fight with each other. This wasn't the first time we'd witnessed a fight. When we were still quite new, we'd gathered at the window to see as best we could 3 policemen fighting with a beggar man and his dog in front of the blank doorway. But that hadn't been an angry fight, and beggar man, because he'd become drunk, the policemen were worried about him, and they'd be only trying to help him. But the 2 taxi drivers weren't like the policemen. They fought as though the most important thing was to damage each other with as much as possible. Their faces were twisted into horrible shapes so that someone new might not have even realized they were people at all. And all the time they were punching each other, then shouted out cruel words. The passers-by were at first so shocked they stood back. But then some office workers and runners stopped them from fighting anymore. And though one had blood on his face, they each got back in their taxis and everything went back to the way it was before. And even I noticed a moment later the 2 taxis, the ones whose drivers had just been fighting, waiting patiently, one in front of the other in the same traffic lane, for the lights to change. But when I tried to talk with Rosa about what we'd seen, she looked puzzled and said,
"A fight? I didn't see it, Clara."
"Rosa, it's not possible you didn't notice. It happened right in front of us just now, these 2 drivers."
Oh, you meant the taxi men. I didn't realize you meant them, Clara. Oh, I did see them. Of course I did. But I don't think they were fighting.
"Rosa, of course they were fighting."
Don't be silly, Clara. You think such strange thoughts. They were just playing, and they enjoyed themselves, and so did the passers-by.
In the end, I just said, "You may be right, Rosa." And I don't think she gave the incident any more thought. But I couldn't forget the taxi driver so easily. I'd follow a particular person down the sidewalk with my gaze, wondering if he too could grow angry as they had done. Or I would try to imagine what a passersby would look like us, with his or her face distorted in rage. Most of all, and this Rosa would never have understood, I tried to feel in my own mind the anger the drivers had experienced. I tried to imagine me and Rosa getting so angry with each other, we would start to fight like that, actually try to damage each other's bodies. The idea seemed ridiculous. But I'd seen the taxi driver, so I tried to find the beginnings of such feeling in my mind. It was useless, and I'd always end up laughing in my own thoughts. Still, there were other things we saw from the window, other kinds of emotions I did not first understand, of which I did eventually find some versions in myself, even if they were perhaps like the shadows made across the floor by the ceiling lamps after the grid went down. There was, for instance, what happened with a coffee cup lady. It was 2 days after I met Josie. The morning had been full of rain, and passers-by were walking with narrow eyes under umbrellas and dripping hats. The RPO building hadn't changed much in downpour, though many of its windows had become lit as if it was already evening. The fire escapes building next to it had a large wet patch down the left side of its front, as though some Jews had lit from a corner of its roof. But then, suddenly, the sun pushed through, shining onto the soaked street and the tops of the taxis, and the passers-by all came out in large numbers when they saw this. And it was in the rush that followed that I spotted a small man in the raincoat. He was on the RPO building side, and I estimated 71 years old. He was waving and calling, coming so near the edge of the sidewalk, I was worried he'd step out in front of the moving taxis. Manager happened to be in the window with us just at that moment. He'd been adjusting the sign in front of our sofa, and he spotted the waving man at the same time I did. He had on a brown raincoat, and its belt was dangling down one side, almost touching his ankle, but he didn't seem to notice, and he kept waving and calling over to our side. A crowd of passers-by had formed right outside our store, not to look at us, but because for a moment the sidewalk had become so busy no one had been able to move. Then something changed. The crowd grew thinner, and I saw standing before us a small woman, her back to us, looking across the 4 lanes of moving taxis to the waving man. I couldn't see her face, but I estimated 67 years old from her shape and posture. I named her in my mind the coffee cup lady, because from the back in her thick wool coat, she seemed small and wide, round-shouldered, like the ceramic coffee cups resting upside down on the red shelves. Although the man kept waving and calling, and she'd clearly seen him, she didn't wave or call back. She kept completely still. Even when a pair of runners came towards her, parted on either side, then joined up again, their sport shoes making small splashes down the sidewalk. Then at last, she moved. She went towards the crossing, as the man had been signaling for her to do, taking slow steps at first and hurrying. She had to stop again to wait like everyone else at the lights, and the man stopped waving, but he was watching her so anxiously. I again thought he might step out in front of the taxis, but he calmed himself and walked towards his end of the crossing to wait for her. And as the taxis stopped and the coffee cup lady, because to cross with the rest, I saw the man raise a fist to one of his eyes in the way I'd seen some children do in the store when they got upset. Then the coffee cup lady reached the RPO building side, and she and the man were holding each other so tightly. They were like one large person, and the sun, noticing, was pouring his nourishment on them. I still couldn't see the coffee cup lady's face, but The man had his eyes tightly shut, and I wasn't sure if he was happy or upset.
Those people seem so pleased to see each other.
Manager said, and I realized he'd been watching them as closely as I had. Yes, they seem so happy, I said. But it's strange because they also seem upset.
Oh, Clara.
Manager said quietly.
You never miss a thing, do you?
The manager was silent for a long time, holding his sign in his hand, staring across the street even after the pair had gone out his sight. Finally, he said,
Perhaps they hadn't met for a long time. A long, long time. Perhaps when they last held each other like that, they were still young.
Do you mean, manager, that they lost each other? He was quiet for another moment.
Yes,
He said eventually.
that must be it. They lost each other. And perhaps just now, just by chance, they found each other again.
Manager's voice wasn't like his usual one, and though his eyes were on the outside, I thought he was now looking at nothing in particular. I even started to wonder what passers-by would think to see manager himself in the window with us for so long. Then he turned from the window and came past us, and as he did, he touched my shoulder.
Sometimes, at special moments like that, people feel a pain alongside their happiness. I'm glad you watched everything so carefully, Clara.
The manager was gone, and Rosa said,
How strange. What could he have meant?
Never mind, Rosa, I said to her. She was just talking about the outside. Rosa began to discuss something else then, but I went on thinking about the coffee cup lady and her raincoat man, and about what manager had said. And I tried to imagine how I would feel if Rosa and I, a long time from now, long after we'd found our different homes, saw each other again by chance on a street. Would I then feel, as manager had put it, pain alongside with my happiness?
Thank you.
As human beings, we firmly believe that creativity is unique to us only and defines us among other things as humans. At the same time, however, we often question this assumption as different cultures approach creativity in radically different ways. As machines and algorithms begin to tread into realms previously considered as uniquely human, they contest conventional assumptions. The fourth panel of the conference will discuss whether human beings uniquely creative and whether a machine could also share this characteristic. In light of this discussion, do we need to redefine creativity? Or are algorithms just another extension and manifestation of our humanity?
Hello, everyone. Good evening. So, AI is no longer just a part of science, communication, politics, economics. It is also part of art. And if art is the highest form of expression of human creativity, if art is the path to freedom of spirit and soul, then why does humanity need an AI-assisted art? Is it possible for a machine to be genuinely creative? How do AI systems augment our creativity? And how do algorithms help us express what is uniquely human? Welcome to the panel discussion on art amid the algorithms. We are trying to explore all these questions and much more. My name is Kelly Kiki. I am a data journalist and project manager at the non-profit journalism organization IMED, and I have the honor to moderate this discussion among artists who are really pushing the boundaries of code and creativity, and experts who can vision what makes our contemporary world, including art, powerful. So let me introduce our panelists to you. We have with us today media artist Refik Anadol. His projects consist of data-driven machine learning algorithms that create abstract, dream-alike environments. Hello, Refik. Welcome to the SNF Nostos conference.
Hello, everyone. Great to be there virtually, pixel-wise.
We also have here with us today Sugwen Chang, artist and researcher, who is on the stage with us, investigates mark made by machine and mark made by hand for understanding the encounter of computers and humans. Sugwen, welcome.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Theater director Annie Dorsen is sitting next to me. Annie is working in the intersection of algorithmic art and live performance, introducing algorithmic theater to us. Hello, Annie.
Hi, thanks for having me.
And last but not least, Henry Thames, President and CEO at Lincoln Center for the Performing Arts, is also a virtual participant. Hello, Henry.
It's great to be with you.
So welcome all, and thank you very much for being with us today. Before opening up the discussion, I think the best idea is to watch some video material showcasing pieces of exceptional artwork by our artists in the panel. We're gonna enjoy pieces of artwork by Refik, Sugwen, and Annie, respectively. And before that, let me ask our artists, if they want to comment very shortly, like give us a sentence on what we're gonna watch from them. So, Refik, you are coming first.
Thank you very much. So I think I have several clips shared for the past works where the AI and creativity is in the intersection of between architecture. They are exploring different narratives, mostly using large archival materials, cultural archival materials, and transforming into public performances or installations.
So, Gwen?
So my work explores the encounter between human and machine and explores that as a vehicle to think about where we're headed, I think, as a species. I think creativity is a really interesting way to do that. I primarily use robotics, large and small data sets based on my own drawings and performance to really communicate some of these conceptual questions about where AI ends and we begin.
Annie?
So the clip you're going to see is from a piece called Yesterday, Tomorrow. I collaborated with computer programmers to write code that would slowly transform the lyrics and the pitches and the notes of the song Yesterday by the Beatles and turn it into Tomorrow from the musical Annie. This clip is from the middle of the piece where you no longer hear Yesterday and you haven't yet started to hear Tomorrow. Each time the program runs, so each performance is a new path, it's a new musical path, and the three singers are sight singing music that they haven't seen previously.
Okay, let's enjoy your pieces of work. Thank you. Thank you very much, all of you, for sharing those exceptional pieces of work with us. Let me remind to the audience that you can send your questions to us through snfnostos.org/conference. I will keep an eye on your questions and I will be addressing them respectively to our panelists. So I would like to share with you all one thought and one personal thought, and to start our discussion from there. Whenever humanity is in front of a revolutionary invention, a tool or a practice, especially in the field of media, we reflect on Marshall McLuhan's well-known quote, "The medium is the message." And in the case of art and algorithms, me as an audience, I often feel that the art world uses artificial intelligence to explore or to approach or to explain artificial intelligence relationship with humans and human nature. Sometimes I feel that they do so more for this purpose rather than to produce things they could do anyways by other means. So my question for all of you, and I would like to hear everyone's view on that. When it comes to art and AI, is the medium the message? Are algorithms the medium, or they're turning to the message at the moment they are used on stage or on a canvas? So, Rafik, I'm starting from you.
Wonderful question. First of all, great to be here with these wonderful people together in this fantastic way of virtual space. I think as a media artist, from a humble point of view, for me, in this context, AI is just allowing me to create a thinking brush. And I think this brush context and the canvas context can have different forms. For me, for example, the canvas can be a media wall, an architecture, a circuit geometry, a space, anything in the world, to be honest. And I think from that context, light can also become a material. And at least in my humble practice, I'm doing my very best to speculate about the consciousness, about the memories, dreams, and things we cannot maybe touch, but we know they are there. And to represent cognitive capacity of humanity, or to speculate about collective memories or collective dreams or collective consciousness in a long term, I think this idea of transcoding certain cognitive experiences into a light material through a thinking brush is both the medium and the message. So I think when we practice with AI or a thinking brush, I think it eventually creates this multiple dimensional imagination, meaning while you are truly practicing in n dimensions, literally mathematically, but also there's a chance that the audience have a chance to feel past, now, and future in a given time. So from that perspective, I think it's kind of deconstructing that idea of a medium and a message kind of blends into a one cohesive experience in the mind, I guess.
Hani, what do you think? Is medium the message?
Yeah, I mean, it's a message, I guess. I don't know if it's the message, but you know, your question is interesting because in a way, the reason to use different techniques in art is so that you can make something that you wouldn't otherwise make. I'm kind of influenced, or I have been influenced by the early computer artist Manfred Moore, who wrote quite early, 1969 or 70, something like this, that the reason he's interested in working with algorithms is because it leads him to discover combinations of materials that are something he would never think of himself, but that are still within the parameters of the question he's posing. So that speaks to me a bit, that using algorithmic technology allows you to explore areas of, formal areas that you might not visit otherwise. But I suppose, you know, I also think every technology makes certain things possible and makes other things, if not impossible, at least less likely, or it doesn't necessarily preclude other options, but it starts to allow those other sort of previous methods to wither away in some way. So we're always in a relationship between what we try to express and what the tools are that define our moment. And this has, of course, very strong impact on what gets expressed. The how things get expressed is not a neutral thing at all.
Sugwen?
I really love that answer, and I agree. It is a message, you know, but it could be said that all art using AI systems and AI technologies is in some way art about AI and AI systems. I think sitting up here, the video that you saw was done in 2014. So it's given me this sort of chance to reflect on, you know, all the work that's been done since then. It's such an honor to be able to answer with an audience these really profound questions about, you know, where the AI ends and where we begin. I think what we could explore in addition to what an algorithm is like, I feel like algorithms, we usually associate it with things like automation. And we look to AI and art, and we look to, or artists using AI to answer this question, I think about what is the future of like human labor, what can be automated, what isn't? Can that be done for creativity as well? And in that way, I feel like it's our responsibility in some way as artists to really be clear and honest about how we're using AI to create a narrative around things like the human and automation and what it means moving forward. So I think for my work, I'm really interested not in this editorializing of the AI as a separate entity, which I think is a little bit dystopian in its own way, you know, but really thinking about how we can use these technologies, really explore beyond the speculation of working with algorithms and really get into the nitty-gritty about how it can catalyze new creativity for the human subject, and really just looking into that co-evolution and collaboration that brings that, you know, the human back at the seat of the table, if that makes sense. So.
Henry, you heard our artists. What do you think? Is the medium the message or a message?
I think I would agree that the medium is the message, but I think there's a bigger question, which is something that all of the artists on stage today are reckoning with, which is who is the messenger? That's what shifted, right? Who is the messenger here? Who is actually has the agency? And I think what's been so inspiring and so educational about some of the work, particularly the work represented on this panel today, is it's an investigation of the nature of the messenger. Who has the agency? What is the intersection between human and technology? How do we think about those kinds of questions? And that's a set of questions we never had when we were thinking in the arts community about the piano, right? It was pretty clear who the messenger was when we had the piano. It was pretty clear who had agency in that relationship. This is territory which is now being explored, and it's something I think is fascinating. So that's my answer. I think it's more about questions of messenger than it is message or medium.
Let's go back to our artist's journey and experience while working with AI and algorithms. So, Rafik, I'm coming to the thinking brass shortly, I promise. But before that, you were an 8-year-old boy in Istanbul when your mother brought a video cassette of the science fiction movie Blade Runner, you have said. Describe us your journey from that moment onwards And please tell us, how far has humanity come since Ridley Scott's Blade Runner?
Thank you very much for the wonderful questions. I think it was maybe a very cliche for someone to watch a science fiction movie and suddenly immersed by the idea of a near future can be much inspiring than where you live. And as an 8 years old, probably I didn't understand or give a context or discourse what Ridley Scott or Philip K. Dick was trying to say about two androids trying to share inputs about their memories. And I was super inspired when an android tells another android that those memories are not yours, it's someone else's. I very clearly remember the same year when I get my first computer and start playing games. I think it was a very inspiring year of experience in life that triggered many, many inspirations. But as you said, I think imagination for all of us who are practicing in creativity is the fundamental source of, I think, many things. So for me, it was that trigger point. Over the years, I think the idea of embedding media arts into architecture, or can a building dream or remember, or this kind of cognitive ideas that are essentially like objects or forms or spaces, I think triggered around those days. But can data become a pigment, or can something alive in life transform into a painting or a sculpture or a performance? Was always like this, imagination trigger points. But to be able to touch something we cannot perceive in life, or Aldous Huxley's more speculations about our perception, all naturally came together, I think, over like 10 years. But if a machine can learn or process memories, like can they also dream, hallucinate, or involuntarily remember or make connections between other people's dreams or memories? It's always like this idea. And I'm very grateful for my team. I'm not alone, by the way. I'm working with my 14 team member, can speak 14 languages and represent 10 countries. And here is very fundamental that I think art should be for anyone, any age, any background in the world. And this means that it's inventing a new language of mathematics or aesthetics. So I do believe that this collective memory and dream context can only achieve, I think, when we deconstruct the borders of, or imaginary borders of life, and then find a way to imagine that new language. So I think that's like the ultimate journey in the studio and with my team trying to achieve that. And I think, I'm not sure about how much we far away from the Ridley Scott's or Philip K. Dick's imagination, but I do know that machines can also create an optimist future. And if we can reflect our optimist imagination beyond our ramification and fears. So I'm in the optimist side of that journey.
Suguen, in your work with machines, do you ever feel a sense of intuition from your robotic partners?
That's a great question. I think, so my background is my mother's a computer programmer and my father's an opera singer. So I'm really chuffed to be able to be sitting at the Greek National Opera House at the moment. That being said, I think intuition and performance and singing and drawing in a really concrete way, not the metaphor of singing or drawing, but the actual experience of it, the experience of performance is incredibly profound and very human and very ingrained in who I am. And I think in that way, that sense of intuition has really carried on into my work in the media art landscape, using different machine learning algorithms, using different types of synthetic sensing to try to really recapture and evolve this creative intuition that I was brought up with. I think a lot of times when we generalize too much about what technology is into things like dystopia or utopia, we lose what's really interesting in the middle, which is this idea that with the advent of all these new technologies, we're creating a lot of endangered experiences. And I think that's a really inspiring point in my work. What happens when we reject this idea of endangered experiences and try to create entangled experiences of human, machine, and our ecologies. So that's sort of where my intuition and inspiration is really coming from.
Do they have personalities?
Pardon?
Do your partners have, your robotic partners have personalities?
That's such a, so I've called the project a drawing operations unit generation 1 to 5 since 2014. So I've been calling the robotic units Doug for short. And I've learned a lot about humans' ability to anthropomorphize inanimate objects, anthropomorphize the AI, anthropomorphize even our dogs to some extent. So in terms of personalities, I think they have different inputs and different designs of the system that really inspires different behaviors in me. I think collectively, it's hard not to anthropomorphize these robotic partners. I think that's one of the interesting things about how we think as humans. We really want to assign so much agency and so much of ourselves into these units, and the reality is a lot weirder and more fun and complicated than that, I think.
And I feel there is something almost musical in watching your work. I think you grew up playing music. Am I right?
I do, yeah.
Okay, so would you like to speak about the rhythm and the tempo of your work?
I'd love to, actually. So my background is as a musician, so I think musically in a lot of ways, and I think about abstract narrative and the rhythm of a drawing, a rhythm of a performance artifact through that lens. I think there's always a push and pull for me about creating narrative through music that allows the audience to encounter the work the way they'd like to. I think the art that resonates the most with me is art that doesn't try to be too prescriptive. So I use music as a cue to sort of enhance the performance. But I'm doing a performance actually tomorrow at 9 a.m. here on this stage, so you'll have to let me know how the music functions in my work then.
Annie, you have produced stage works in which customized, algorithm-driven computer software controls the transformation of dramatic content in real time. You have created the so-called algorithmic theater. So take your time to explain to us what is algorithmic theater, and I guess you expect that question. What are the differences between multimedia installations, performance, and algorithmic theater?
Yeah, so I did, in fact, kind of coin this phrase algorithmic theater to try to make a distinction between what I was doing and multimedia performance. And the distinction I was thinking of is, in a lot of performances that use technology in dance and theater and other forms, the digital technology is often used to create kind of alternate spaces of representation, as in the Worcester Group's work, for example, or to create different kinds of decor. And I was really interested in trying to use algorithmic logic to investigate some, in a way, very classic questions about what theater is. I'm a sort of trained classical theater director as well, so I was thinking about questions of imitation and representation, presence, how language is used on stage, thinking about very classic dramatic structures and how different algorithms, by sorting and presenting information according to their own logic, might sort of disrupt a sense of what dramatic structure is all about. So those were some of the questions I was asking. In a funny way, I think of algorithmic theater is a way of interrogating what is believable or plausible, because that's such a central question to representational performance. And I think it's a question that animates a lot of AI research as well. So that's a place where, the sort of computer science and my performance research are really intersecting.
we're coming back to what the theater is question, I feel, soon during our conversation. But for now, Henry, given what our artist said, how should global arts institutions like yours incubate work like those? What has already been done and what would you need?
So I run Lincoln Center in New York, and for those who don't know Lincoln Center, it's the large arts organization in New York, which has 10 different companies on the campus, the Metropolitan Opera, the New York Philharmonic, Jazz at Lincoln Center, and we're the sister organization of the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Cultural Center in Athens. And I think one of the big questions for institutions is we need to work out how we are going to engage with this world in meaningful ways, right? This is an important frontier for our work. So what we've been doing at Lincoln Center, there are a number of things that we've done to start to make some progress in thinking about where this is all going and how we can participate. The first is we built essentially an internal incubator. About two years ago, we put together something called the Collider. And what the Collider was doing was trying to look at the intersection of art, technology, and social justice. Right? How do those three things speak to each other, and what can we learn through that process? And so we invited a range of extraordinary artists to work with and inside and outside Lincoln Center to try and experiment with some new ideas. So I'll give you a couple of examples of projects that have taught us a lot through that project. Kendrick McDowell, who is speaking as part of this conference, they're working on a sound opera with AI, thinking about the ways in which sound can actually have a healing capacity in the world. Imani Mosley is another participant in our Collider, and she's doing some extraordinary work thinking about the dangers of bias in algorithms, right? So how is it these algorithms are actually shifting the things that we hear in ways that actually reaffirm biases in negative ways? So we as an organization, I think one of the things we're trying to do is provide a lot of room for experiment as a part of this world. The second thing I think, which is a not sexy thing to think about, but I think it's important when you think about institutions, is how are we fluent with data, right? So most institutions, certainly most institutions who are not new, will often have lots of data in pockets, right? We'll have lots of data silos inside our organization and outside our organization. So we won't have a horizontal set of data that we can rely upon, and that holds us back. So I think one of the structural things that we're working on as an organization is actually how do we think about kind of greater data fluency throughout the organization. And then I think most importantly for institutions is getting people away from this kind of, there's quite a tired debate between kind of tradition and innovation, right? So the idea with institutions is that all the innovation happens with the kind of free radical artists who are not tied down by institutions. And actually institutions can be very good at reimagining their work. So you're at the stage of the Opera House there in Athens. If you think about the Metropolitan Opera in New York, Metropolitan Opera's getting on 150 years old, and it reimagined itself when radio came along, right? Radio was huge for the opera because it allowed to create stars for the first time in meaningful ways at scale. The opera reimagined itself again with cinema, broadcasting operas into cinemas all around the world. Just in the last weeks, the operas throughout the pandemic has had millions of viewers of its work online. And the reason I mention all that is I think one of the interesting things we need to see next is a kind of greater institutional engagement with this world, because there's often a kind of cliched approach to institutions, which is there's this world of dinosaurs and unicorns, right? And everyone gets excited by the unicorns. They're these cool, wow, new, amazing things. And they're coming out of Silicon Valley and they're changing the world. And they're these kind of grumpy, stodgy institutions who can't keep up. And I don't believe that. I think one of the stories you're seeing actually playing out is you're seeing a kind of institutional reckoning with some of these trends. And I join Rafiq in being optimistic about that.
I would like to insist on creativity issues and to understand better how algorithms, data, and AI assist, augment our artists' creativity. So, Sugwen, when a human being paints, when they create an artwork, I believe they express themselves, they express what they have been, what they haven't been, and what they are. What do machines express?
Can you repeat that last part?
I'm saying when humans create an artwork, express themselves, express their lives, their memories, what they are, what they have been, or they haven't. And I'm wondering, what do machines express?
That's an interesting question. I think there's this, I can tell you what my machines do. I think this idea of the machine is such a machine as metaphor for a thousand other things, right? I think sometimes we use machines as metaphor for like God or whatever, but that's a different discussion for a different panel. I think what I'm interested in engaging with the machines that I create and program changes by generation, and I'm really interested in that process of evolution. Now we're in a generation 4. I think when I began in generation 1, I was really interested in this idea of a shared rhythm of mark making between human and machine, not because that collaboration, that partnership would be perfect, but I realized that an interesting thing that happens when you move out of the computer simulation and into physical space is that there's a lot more of the fragility of human and machine that really comes out. And I found there's a real beauty in the error states of the robotic unit and how a human is forced to adapt to that and vice versa. That became a really fundamental driver for the first generation of the work. I wanted to evolve that in generation 2, thinking about memory. And as an artist, I've been drawing for almost 20 years now. So I thought that presented a really interesting and personal data set for me to explore this idea of extended memory through something that I knew really well, which was my own drawing style. So in that way, I created a new type of collaboration, a new type of entanglement between these creative impulses, because there's no native thing as a machine. It's all an expression of the human designer or human intent. I think we've seen a lot of that in algorithmically, racially biased algorithms, obviously, and systems of that sort. So I think there's a real, it's an important point for me that we don't think of machines as neutral or humans even as neutral in that way. So in generation 2, I made the most non-neutral art machine ever, given the data set was all mine. And again, with generation 3 and 4, I'm really trying to push this idea of moving, co-locating in physical space. I think the most recent one, I'm using the robotic unit as a trigger and as a physical expression of my brainwave data, which you'll see tomorrow morning. And I thought it really presented a different type of connection between myself and this sort of extension of my own artistic practice and self that has forced me to draw in a different way and evolve my painting style and my performance style to express this shared partnership, a creative partnership, which has been really exciting.
Refik, I don't know if you want to answer the same question, or probably it's better for me to ask you now, what exactly is a thinking brass?
I think, so probably working with data as a pigment more than 10 years, I think over the years I learned something that yes, data is a form of memory, not only just a bunch of numbers or some certain like file types that are just representing machine to machine, but it's also human to machine and a kind of a cartographic memory of some sort of like a humanity. And I think over the years, 2016 actually, I'm very grateful for my residency at Google AMI, where back in time, me, Marek Lingeman, Memo Akten were also like practicing in the very same residency platform across different departments. That was the year, I guess, I started like imagining about the machine hallucination. And I think that was the year that thinking brush concept come into my mind, I guess. Over the 5 years, I do believe that the machine can have a cognitive imagination in a very limited conditions, but it is still very inspiring to imagine with like a certain conditions. That was really inspiring over the years. And also what was really, to me, thinking brush is, I know it's a little bit like pushing the context, but I think it's really dipping the brush into machine's mind concept is not too far away. And in this context, mind is a latent space, which is a very limited understanding of what a machine can learn and store in a certain mathematical conditions of an abstract space. But we also know that, unfortunately, architecture is biased by physical quality of life. So, but also architecture is beyond, I hope, glass, concrete, and steel. So in that context, when the light becomes a material, when the latent space, which is a space in the mind of a machine, let's call it like that, when they combine together, I think that's when, in my mind, that thinking brush start to get its own power of imagination. So when they collide together, you can paint a concert hall, you can paint a monument, you can reflect an idea of an archive dreaming, or even a memory of a human can represent it in that context. I think it's a very abstracted context of cognitive capacity of humans, but also very inspiring to me. Also, what was really excited is how to reach collective memories. And it's very clear that we as humanity using social media with or without knowing as a form of memory, right? We are living our decisions, our life, what we eat, what we share, what we feel behind us. In archaeological context, they are the trace, right? Our files are our trace for humanity. And how can we use this thinking brush concept with our traces in our life that is not just written on a paper or pen or a paper? And how can we take these digital traces of collective memories? And I think my brush is trying to paint with those collective memories without breaching the personal privacy, and without still discussing the privacy and free will in the real near future. And how can we still be positive, but not blind to the ramifications? And how can we find that brush that can paint, that can be understood by anyone in the world? So I think this is very challenging brush design, I guess. My kind of ultimate journey with my team. But also very inspiring is, for me, when media arts and architecture collides with a machine intelligence, I think there's a very massive, powerful imagination when art, science, and technology, or AI, neuroscience, and architecture, they have like a very similar symbiotic context. That's what I'm trying to
Yeah, sorry, go on. Who processes our memories better? Who processes your memories better? You, yourself, or the algorithms? Or you making the algorithms processing your memories?
I think at the moment, very, very human. But I do believe we do have a chance to remember much better than what we can do, I guess, with the help of AI in near future.
Annie, who are the best actors, people or algorithms? And because best is a different thing sometimes for the audience, and sometimes is a different thing for a director. Let me rephrase the question. Who are the most obedient actors? Humans or machines?
I don't really know how to answer that question. I mean, of course, when you work with computers, you're just programming them. They don't have desire, and they, you know, that's what it means to program. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know about obedience. That's not a big factor in my mind. I'm not really. One of the reasons why I have a fraught relationship with theater, perhaps, is this legacy of questions of obedience and hierarchies in this way that I, as a director, found myself objecting to.
Among other things, the added value of the theater is its uniqueness. I mean, as an experience. I mean, in the theater with the same play and the same actors. Every performance is unique, every night is unique. You know, theater is a unique experience which begins at a certain time and it ends 2 hours later, and it will never exist again as was. Does algorithmic theater have the same uniqueness?
It may not seem to, because in theory the program could be repeated and the algorithmic performers are kind of immune to audience reaction. You know, they don't start playing for laughs, or they don't get excited if they're getting a positive reaction. They don't get depressed if the audience starts leaving or something like this. But in fact, of course, it is the same as any traditional theater in the sense that the experience is for the audience. And for the audience, it's a unique passage of time that begins and ends.
Henry, in 2019 SNF conference, you were here at the same stage we are now, and as part of your keynote speech, you referred to the true value of the arts, and you quoted the third president of the Lincoln Center, William Schuman, who in 1962 said, "My first principle is the arts are an antidote to the push-button emptiness of a mechanized age. They are an armor against disillusionment, and they are an armor against the self-destructive nature of man." How does Schumann's statement apply to what is being discussed today? Can algorithms-driven art be an antidote to our mechanized age?
Yes, I'm glad you shared that quote, because I think that's such a wonderful idea. This was the then president of Lincoln Center, writing at the beginning of the 60s, and talking about the reason art exists isn't just to create nice music or to get you through the day, but in his phrase, and I love this phrase, it's an antidote to the push-button emptiness of a mechanized age, right? What does it mean to have all these buttons we're pressing? They don't really mean anything. And that seems to me an idea which is so important as we think about the themes of this panel. And on the positive side of that, I think the arts at their heart help us navigate our own humanity. They help us understand what it is to be a human being. There's a reason that every time there's a funeral, every time there's a wedding, every time there's a celebration, you will find the arts. And it's because we run out of words at some point, right? We run out of words to sum up someone's life who we deeply care about. And so we turn to music to take that somewhere higher, to find that greater meaning in moments of loss. So I do think at the moment, given there is this, and all of the artists on our panel today are asking these profound questions about how we renegotiate what it is to be human in a world of so much technology. What is it to be a human being? How do we create societies? How do we think about the changing natures of our world? I think this couldn't be a more important time for the arts to do their core service, which is to help us understand ourselves and to help us understand each other. That said, I think there's a danger, and we haven't talked much about danger yet on this panel, and I don't mean the danger in terms of the robots coming to get us, because I think that is overplayed. But I think when we think about algorithms and AI in particular, we should think back to how far we have strayed from the original vision of the web, right? Or indeed the original vision of the internet. You know, when Tim Berners-Lee first laid out a philosophy to go with the technology of the web, he believed in something decentralized because he didn't want anyone to have too much control. He believed in something universal. He wanted everyone, all the computers, to be able to speak to one another in a free way. And he believed in access, right? That everyone should be able to access the web in a fair way, no matter where you are in the world, no matter who you are in the world. And if you review where we are today with the web, with the technology world, with the rise of AI, with the way in which algorithms have shaped our world so much, we have strayed so far from an original inspiring vision of a kind of technological superstructure that would make our lives fairer, richer, freer. And instead, we have something that is pushing us in a very different direction. And so I think as we reckon with the importance of algorithms, we need to think about algorithmic justice. What is it that it is to create algorithms and systems and platforms that are fairer? And I think the slight danger with the arts and AI and algorithms is there will be a danger that sometimes the arts will make algorithms, will make AI too beautiful. What I mean by that is there'll be a really easy way of us understanding how wonderful AI can be and how extraordinary these algorithms are and how terrific these companies can do things for the world. And that might easily obscure some deeper ethical questions that I think we have to ask.
I really appreciate that sentiment, Henry. I think sometimes that kind of fragility of human and machine, the sort of more complex natures of how we invoke algorithms have been resonating with me quite a lot as well. To sort of get into it, you know, I think over the past 2 years, we've seen what happens when, and we've all been sort of a part of this idea of humans en masse being reduced to data points in a way. And I think that's what algorithms are really good at parsing, you know? And I think in that way, it's worth interrogating what the role of the human is in a collective data set. Is it reductive? What is the function of the message of collectivism when the human is reduced to this data point in a particle system? I get really inspired by thinking about how these traditional crafts like performance, singing, drawing, music, anything, can reintegrate into these creatively catalytic technological systems. And I think in that way, we allow ourselves to be seen in a way that isn't reductive and speaks to a kind of deeper humanity, maybe one that Tim Berners-Lee was excited about with the World Wide Web so many years ago. So I think it's hard to find hope sometimes, I think, in this age of technological governance, it seems like, but I think it's worth really staying with the trouble of something more complicated and profound as opposed to easy spectacle.
Yeah, I totally just want to add my voice to what you both have said about this. You know, I get nervous sometimes that artists who work with AI are becoming a little bit unwitting propagandists.
Completely.
And that it seems really critical to keep opening a space for reflection about all of these tensions and all of these open questions, so that, you know, we don't sort of make like what I call jokingly like trade show art, you know, where you're kind of like showing off how cool a technology is, and the audience maybe is left in a position where all they can do is say like, wow, that's cool, but the thinking doesn't necessarily go past that.
Yeah, and I understand the emotional position an audience is in as well, to want to really crave the simplicity of, you know, the AI or the machine. But I think the reality is can be so much more interesting and meaningful. And I think that's really the charge of an artist working with these algorithms now, to not shy away from that and really embrace that, so more people are actually seen and heard.
Rafik, what do you think? What is your view on that? And how do you hope those kind of works might be perceived in the future?
I think maybe it's by age or by excitement. I'm going to these very different feelings about these ideas that we are using powerful context of technology in our works, but also I'm starting to imagine like what else can we do with them beyond maybe artistic explorations. I know that art doesn't need to be functional in that context, in any meaning at all, but I'm feeling that what will happen if we have one more layer of function, that these ideas can be more purposeful and meaningful for humanity. And it's a very personal question. And I'm trying to find meanings that, like, can we use, for example, AI algorithms to remember better, like for elders, or can we use these algorithmic imagination in a way that maybe anxiety, depression, and dementia, and many other forms of like maybe mental issues can be transformed into a much healing process. As Henry mentioned, as Kenrick is like practicing, and I think there's a very beautiful, powerful opportunity here that I do believe the creative community can achieve beyond just those tools becomes a boring product or becomes another cliche startup idea, or that very predictable monetization of like technology. Like, how can we as creative minds can maybe perhaps use this powerful imagination of ours to conquer something doesn't have this very egocentric or, again, monetized feature of like boring products. I do believe art has this context and discourse, and I do believe that we can achieve and unlock that uncharted territory of being more purposeful and meaningful for the sake of future communities and people. So I'm a little bit in that mindset, I guess, in the next couple of years to find these answers with my team.
I cannot believe that it is already time to wrap up. Before we say goodbye, I would like just to touch the ownership issue, and I would like to take the chance to ask Suguen what exactly collective authorship mean and how you do treat your robotic partners. Do you treat them as co-creators or as assistants? Would you intend to give them rights in the future? And who owns the artwork?
I think the breadth of how I think about these collaborators. I think I invoke the word collaboration because I think when we think about collaboration, we think about balance, and we return our agency to the partnership and the pairing. So in my view, collaboration is when both parties are implicated in my case, the space of a drawing. I would say, genuinely, I don't find these robotic units to be just a tool, though, because I feel like there is a process of development and a feedback loop, a really, really interesting feedback loop between myself and these systems that occur that are about a certain type of co-learning. And that's been really driving a lot of the work. In terms of rights for machines, here's my thing about rights for machines. I think we should focus on rights for all humans first. I think that's kind of important. I think there's something really sexy about the conversation about machine consciousness and machine rights, but I think there's so much happening that in the world that can be a bit of a fantasy. And there's something about using these systems and these collaborators and tools to create more equity that we shouldn't shy away from, even though it is maybe sometimes a little bit more sci-fi to talk about. So yeah, I think that would be my statement for that.
Rafik, what do you think about ownership, and how do you treat your thinking brass? Let's use this question instead of a closing remark.
Absolutely, it's a co-creation, a true collaboration in many, many cases. And credits goes to the collective memories, who owns the nature, who owns the space, who owns the time, whoever that is. But I think also very inspiringly, I don't think machines can decide without, as we humans, understand what is consciousness, which is a very beautiful rabbit hole for science and many disciplines. And also, I do believe that there was this beautiful conversation in Twitter, I forget who started it, but if a machine one day decides to create its own culture, and that machine decides to create its own art, are we accepting that machine as a living being or not? I think most likely breakthroughs in these dialogues will happen around the day that we are discussing this remarkable breakthrough in life?
Honey, I think it would be very interesting to have a comment from you on something you also mentioned. You referred to mediation in theater. Mediation in theater.
I can't answer the question about machine rights.
Yeah, sure.
Well, I just think it's important as we talk about things like this to notice that actually machines already have quite a lot of rights, and they're called property rights. And one of the, maybe political, social issues for the next few years is going to be how to kind of rebalance the rights of humans vis-a-vis property rights. And in the US in particular, I can't speak for Greece, but I imagine it's something similar. Quite a lot of legal frameworks have been erected that make things possible for machines and provide obstacles for people. So.
Great remark. Henry, let's close this panel discussion with you, and because you are the co-author of the international best-selling book, New Power. You and Jeremy Heymans have defined new power as the one made by many. It is open, participatory, and peer-driven. And you have defined old power as the one held by few. It is closed, inaccessible, and leader-driven. It operates like a currency, you have said, and I feel AI can be both. It can be based on collective knowledge and can be diffused, but at the same time, few can build, manipulate, and control it. And data often is the new age currency we all pay in. So what are your thoughts on these, and what are the elements we have to keep from the old power and the elements we have to keep from the new power in order to blend them together?
I don't think there's a more important question than who really ends up being powerful, right? All of this work. There was a Facebook survey once, which was a very popular Facebook survey, called "This is Your Digital Life." And it promised it would help explain to you all the exciting and interesting things and insights about you and your digital life, which would, of course, in your mind, make you more powerful. And it was that survey, of course, that was put together by hundreds of thousands of people filled it in. It was put together by Cambridge Analytica, who, of course, then had information on tens of millions of people. And, of course, that information combined with AI had a significant impact on the last election in the US. And that's a story in a way about power, right? It's a story about the kind of mirage of power that all this technology has brought us. It makes us all feel incredibly important because we're at the center of all these worlds, but we still remain in many ways this data point. I thought that was such an important and sad way of framing it, but the right way of framing it, that we have this illusion that we are greater human beings, but we've actually become reduced, even though we have the appearance of much greater agency. So I think as we think about all this work, whenever we get into the territory of AI and algorithms, we have to end up with who ends up becoming more powerful. And one of the sadnesses, I think, is if you look particularly at where are all these systems and structures coming from, a lot of these systems and structures are coming out of the VC world. That venture capital world is still rewarding very few firms with female founders, rewarding very few firms with Black or Latinx founders. And so we're seeing this world emerge where actually the superstructure in which we are all told we're much more powerful is actually owned by a very small set of actors with a very narrow set of interests and indeed a very narrow set of perspectives. So I think as we think about one of the great roles for artists going forward, one of the things the arts have always done is help people understand what's really happening in the world, right? Help people understand what are the challenges we are facing, what are the tensions of our time, what are the tricks being played on us and how can those tricks be exposed? And as I think about what comes next with arts and algorithms, I'm so excited to see, I think, the artistic community's role in helping us rebalance a world where this mirage, I think, this mirage of power becomes more dangerous by the day.
Thank you. Thank you very much, all of you, for being with us. It was a real pleasure to moderate this discussion, and I'm sure we could keep up discussing for much, much longer. So, Rafik and Adol, thank you very much. Henry Teams, thank you very much for being with us. Annie Dorsen, thank you very much for being with us. Sugwen Chang, thank you very much for being with us. I'm looking forward to see your performances tonight and tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Over the last few decades, there have been thousands of pages written on technology, social media, and on their respective impact on youth. It seems, however, that when it comes to this issue, numerous questions abound, and that we have so far only scratched the surface. Furthermore, we continue to have conversations and to raise questions primarily through the lenses of adults rather than through the perspective of youth. It is almost impossible to understand what is happening on such a complex subject without listening to the views and thoughts of young people. The next panel aims to just do that, that is, to create a forum for each young participants to discuss how they view and experience the presence and impact of such technologies in their lives.
Thank you for staying with us for this last panel of the first day. I know that the final panel is... Thank you. Thank you for staying with us for the last panel of the first day. I know the last panel is always the hardest one. People are tired, people tend to leave, but we appreciate that a lot of you stayed with us. It is a pleasure to have with us tonight, this afternoon, a great group of young people. Anthi Bousouni, Savas Danielidis, Elis Drakopoulos, Panagiotis Fanoulis, Maria Papadopoulou. They're all high school students. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation to participate in this. I have had the privilege to have a couple of conversations with you, and I enjoyed them very much. And I look forward to discussing with you the issue of technology and social media today. As I said to you when we first talked, this is not a panel for me to say what I think. This is a panel for you guys to say what you think about these issues. It's a rather open-ended, unstructured conversation for a reason. If I had given you specific questions, then it becomes very structured, very dictated, and I would like this, again, to be a creative, open-ended conversation. I would start by asking each one of you to do a brief statement of 2 to 3 minutes about what you think and how you feel and how you perceive technology and social media. And I will start with you, Anthi.
Okay, I'm very happy for being here. I actually want to say that I feel very good and very happy for having the opportunity to communicate via social media, because I think that teenagers' opinions and thoughts on important issues are set aside and ignored. And so via social media, we are able to express our opinions. I think that our voice is heard.
Thank you. Sava?
Hello, everyone. I have mixed feelings about social media. I believe that, especially the last few centuries, our lives have become much easier because of the technological development. In our daily routines, everything is done with a better speed than previous. And we can communicate with our friends through social media, even if they are 100 miles or more away from us. But I also believe that there is a negative side in this aspect. I think, as I see my friends, people of my age, that many of them act quite naively. They behave not as mature as they should about this issue, and they underestimate the dangers that there are in social media. Not only young people, I think that maturity is not necessarily connected to age, also elders that don't have the education about this stuff that is needed. And so I have mixed feelings, as I said about social media. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So I think that for our generation, at least, social media is inevitably going to play a huge role in our lives, and its role is only going to continue to grow. And I don't think that's necessarily either a good thing or a bad thing. There are definitely many negative sides to it. I mean, social media provides a platform through which everyone can share their ideas. There's kind of no filter, so there can be many, I guess you've probably heard of cyberbullying and other negative impacts of social media, but there are also many positive ways in which social media can be used. And I think that if people make the most out of it and use it for its positive aspects, I think it can be a great thing because it brings kids together from around the world. You can form connections and find people with common interests and form various different communities. So I think, at least for me, I believe that the benefits outweigh the negatives of social media.
Thank you. So from what the three of you have said, it's undeniable that social media will play and plays a huge role, but there are positives and negatives about it, and it's debatable which ones are bigger. Thank you. Panagiotis?
Well, hi everybody. I'm really happy to have social media and technology in my life. I think that I would have been a completely different person if I didn't have social media and technology. We, as a humanity, have reached a point where we cannot imagine our lives without it. I think it's something that nobody can think of. My problem is that I have gained a lot of social media because of the way I have used it. I think that social media and technology being positive depends only on the way you use it. So I think that this vast amount of information and opportunities to entertain yourself or everything can also suffocate people and have exactly the opposite result from what people want. So I still don't know if this is an opportunity to get something cool out of it, or if it's an opportunity to destroy ourselves in every way you can think of.
Hello everyone. Well, I think that social media and technology are a very useful tool for people, and especially teenagers, as we have or we need to have other people near us, to listen to other ideas that different people have. I think that social media have helped us to communicate and share our thoughts, though I think that human relationships are something more than a picture in social media or anything else. But especially in these days and with the COVID-19, I think that they've helped us a lot, as we have some people to communicate through quarantine.
Thank you. So if I got this correctly, and I might have not done that, all of you understand that there are, again, negatives and positives, but you side more towards the positive, the ability to communicate, the ability to form communities, and things like that. Now, if you look around and see what has been written about young people and social media, and obviously there are millions and millions of pages and research that has been done in this area. The vast majority of it has been done by adults. So there are adults who are talking about these things. And what is coming through most of this research is that it is problematic, that we need to protect young people like you from social media, that you cannot extricate yourself from it, that you are dependent on it, and things like that. And I happen to think actually that you are much more resilient and much more capable of dealing with these things than we adults think. And I actually believe that we adults have a much harder problem extricating ourselves from social media than young people do. And so I wanted to ask all of you, how do you feel about your ability to handle social media? Do you feel that it is something, it's a tool that you depend upon? Do you feel that it controls your lives? Do you feel that you have the ability to separate yourself and create a distance from it? And I will start with you, Maria, and go the opposite direction.
Well, I think that personally, I don't depend too much on social media, as I don't have Instagram or Facebook or something like that. I choose when I want to talk to my friends through an app or a social media generally. But I think that as we are teenagers, we are more flexible to handle technology, social media, and everything that is new than adults maybe have. So I think that we can handle social media, and it depends on how mature maybe a teenager is, but I think we can stop depending on our devices anytime we want.
So I think that this opinion that only adults are the ones that can save us is a bit excessive. I think that me and all the others here can, on their own, figure out how they're going to use social media. The point is that I think we need some sort of a push. We need to learn from a young age when we should stop, when the basic, the fundamentals, how many hours, for example, is excessive, how many hours is the necessary, and that's the point. I think that I'm very good at handling when I use social media. Still though, I think that there are some traps. There are some ways that social media themselves can hold you, and even for very mature people, as Maria said, they can hold you and I don't know how to say it, they can push away all this matureness that you have and keep you in them. That's it.
Thank you. Elise?
So I think our generation perceives social media in a very different way than, I guess, older generations. We were basically born into a world that depended a lot more on social media than older generations. So I think because of that, social media and using technology has become almost second nature for many of us. So I think, at least personally, I feel very comfortable navigating my way through the internet and using various types of social media. And as for how dependent I am on it, I think, yes, for sure, there can be times when you might spend a bit too much time scrolling through TikTok or different Instagram stories, for example. And that was especially the case during quarantine when, ironically, the only way to interact with other human beings was through the internet and through social media. So I think being able to find the proper balance and ensuring that social media doesn't control your life is what's ideal in the situation, because I think, again, there are many positive aspects of social media. So as long as you can use it, not overuse it, and I guess learn how to navigate your way through it, I think it can be a pretty good thing.
Can I ask you something here? Because obviously children at different ages behave in a different way. So as a 16-year-old, do you feel that you have the ability to control how much social media you need in your life? Or do you need an adult to impose on you how much of it you should use or you can use?
Well, I think when I was younger, I definitely had my parents tell me you're on your phone way too much. But I think as I've grown older, I've learned a lot more, especially actually during COVID. I think was a big wake-up call for me because I guess we were stuck inside for so long and I had nothing to do but be on my phone. And that's when I realized I don't necessarily want to do this. I miss real-life interactions. So I think through that, I really learned how to balance my real life and my social media life. So I think it's something I've definitely learned how to control. And I think as younger kids are exposed to social media at a much younger age, hopefully they'll learn how to balance these two aspects at much younger ages than, for example, me, and they'll be able to use it in a positive way.
Thank you. Sava?
So I don't believe that I personally am dependent on social media. For my social life, I mostly rely on face-to-face conversations. However, social media do play a huge role for me, especially the last few years now. I think it's about 2 years. Due to the pandemic, there was no other way to keep in touch with your friends, keep in touch with people, keep in touch with school, with your with what you had to do about it, because you had to be on the screen for a long time every day, and some of this time was spent on social media too. I usually manage to control my presence there. I use it in moderation, but there are times when I have some things to do that I don't really like, that I delay them by extending my presence on social media without any really important reason.
Thank you.
I think that the majority of teenagers sees social media as a daily routine. And I want to say that also I think that social media is my daily routine because when I woke up in the morning,
I definitely would check my social media, and then I will go to bathroom to brush my teeth. But I don't think that we are so dependent on social media. I think that as the speakers have said, the situation now makes us to be in social media because during quarantine we hadn't another solution, but also I think that we are a generation that we almost have born with screens in our house. And so we cannot avoid social media, but I think that we can control it, and I truly believe that it's necessary to introduce a specialized lesson on the correct use of social media for us, because the most of teenagers are addicted, and I think that many teenagers can't handle it. I'm 50-50 right now. I think I can handle it the one day, the other, I don't.
Thank you. If you were able to sit around the table with a group of people and think how you will improve or change social media, or how you will design the next generation of social media, what would you do? And I will start with Anthea on that side. What would you change? What would you improve? How would you build the next phase of it?
Okay, that's a good question. I think that I would change the fact that nothing can be totally erased from the internet. And we as teenagers, because of our young age, we are still deep in the process of creating our personality. And so I think we are very sensitive. And I think that we don't always take into consideration the impact our post will probably have in our future. And so I think that I would change the fact, I would try to give the ability to a user to completely erase his digital footprint.
I quite agree with what Anthea said. I totally agree. There should be the chance for a teenager that does something he is not proud of to fully erase it from social media, so that he can continue his life normally. And I also think that there should be a higher security for your personal data, because we saw in the past that there were cases, I think on Facebook, I'm not sure, that personal information about some users was stolen, and without the users intending to share this information to the public. I think that's the main thing I would change on social media to improve them. And maybe I would make it easier for someone to delete fully his profile, because there are children that on certain times they want to focus on other aspects of their lives, and they find it really difficult to fully erase not something that they posted, but something, their whole profile on social media. There is a whole procedure behind this. Thank you.
Thank you. Elise?
Yeah, I would agree that being able to erase your digital footprint, especially for kids at a younger age, would definitely be ideal, because there's a lot of really young kids that I see on social media, which I don't know if it's necessarily a good or bad thing, but there'll be even like 8-year-old kids on Instagram and on TikTok, and they're just kids growing up trying to, again, find their personality, and they don't really know any better, and something that they post on Instagram could I guess, determine their entire lives. So I guess giving them the chance to learn from their mistakes rather than have one mistake done really early define the rest of their lives. And I think, I mean, to social media itself, I don't know how many changes you could really make. I guess as many as possible to get rid of the negative effects of it and only allow for the positive. Again, that's not fully possible because there will always be people who use social media for not necessarily good things, not necessarily to spread, I guess to spread bad. I guess, again, as I said earlier, like they use it to maybe bully other kids or use it to get other people's information. And I don't think there is necessarily any way that we can necessarily stop that. So I guess as it was mentioned earlier, maybe giving lessons to younger kids so that they try to use it for good and learn at an earlier age how to manage their way through social media would also help.
Thank you.
Well, apart from what the other three have said, what I would change is the way that content is being given to users. I think that if I see a silly meme, Instagram or Facebook will continue to show me silly memes and it will stop showing me works of art or what is happening to the world or important things. And this is something that I don't like, the whole way that the algorithms work. And also I would enforce what is called this online activism. I mean that teenagers right now, my friends or anything, are posting things about women rights, about the rights of people in countries in Africa and all that. And I think that talking and discussing about this thing with your friends or your followers or however you want to say them is really important. So I would try to remove all this, I don't know how to say, this trash, for example, of context, of content in social media. That's my point.
How do you do that? Who decides what stays and what gets removed? Because what is trust for someone may not be for somebody else. And what is considered activism, for example, for one person may be considered as, let's say, terrorism for another or an act of violence. Who decides at the end, which is a big debate, what stays and what goes?
I think that this is quite a cliche answer, but exactly the same way that Instagram decides which is COVID context and says down there that watch out, this is COVID context, it could also do this, for example, terrorism or sexual terrorism again. I think that it's quite easy for most of the posts. Of course, there will be posts and content that will be not that easy to decide, but then there could be someone high up in the ranking and step up and say, okay, this is valid, this is invalid. I think this is the way that it could work.
Yeah.
Well, I agree with Sava's idea about the security in personal data. But I think a change would be better if it was something about teaching people how to use social media and how to control all this information that a human can find through social media. Because I think that the biggest problem is that we get too much information and we see too many different things at once, and we don't have the ability to say what it's might good for us or not. So I think the best thing that we have to change is to teach teenagers or everybody how to use social media or technology.
A more personal question, how do you personally deal with the issue of too much information? Because I myself struggle with it many times, and I'm sure there are a lot of people in the audience struggle with that as well. The fact that we get so much that we see on our screens every day, and the tendency is to just keep pressing and opening new links and new links and new links. So you as a person, as an individual, as a young person, what do you do? How do you control that?
Well, I try to remind myself that the real world is more important than social media and that I shouldn't spend too much time on them. So I try to search on technology or social media things that I think that they might be something interesting for me or something useful for my life. And everything that I see that it's not something that I'm interested of it or it's not useful, I just press the button that says that I'm not interested. My phone, for example, stops giving me that information and starts giving me more of the things that I would like to see through social media.
Thank you, Panayoti.
Well, apart from the fact that I sort of instinctively right now, because of the many years that I'm using social media, instinctively I'm saying that this I don't want to read, this I want to read. But something a bit more practical, I've set a time limit on my phone so that at 2 hours each day, my phone says stop using social media, which is something that I have found really interesting. It is true that once you go over on social media, you perhaps sometimes forget, you lose the perception of time. So this practical thing has saved me in a way.
Elise, thank you.
I think for me, I've kind of learned when I feel overwhelmed by social media to take a break for it for a bit, even like for maybe one day I use it less than most days. That can be really relieving if I feel overwhelmed. So I think being able to know and learn that you've had too much of it and you need a break is important when using social media. Because, yeah, again, a break, social media can be super overwhelming. Again, as others have said, you can spend hours scrolling through Instagram or TikToks and not realize that how much time has been spent. So being able to take a step back and be like, that's been enough, I need a break, is something important to learn when using social media.
So I'm really the type of a person that will make program about every single thing that he's gonna do during a day, but when it comes to social media, I try to set some time limits to myself. I, for example, say I'm gonna I only have Instagram actually in Messenger, so I'm gonna spend time on them until 6, for example, and I try to keep that promise. Other than that, because due to the fact that when I use my phone too many hours, I understand it. My body starts to understand by having some symptoms that I'm tired. I try to use my phones on other ways to read news or listen to music so that I can limit the time that I'm on social media. That's it.
I also sometimes set time from for using social media, and also I have make another rule. Half an hour before I go to sleep, I don't use social media because I have seen that I can't sleep good using social media before, and I'm very focused on my phone, and my eyes get tired. That's it.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you something that we discussed briefly, and this has to do with social media and the activation of certain emotions. So there was a quite famous sociologist at Stanford who said that the most prominent feeling of our days is envy. And apparently a lot of the people that he ended up at Silicon Valley later and played a prominent role with the development of explosion of social media were students of his and understood how these technologies played with that idea, the activation of the feeling of envy. And that's something that I've heard many times and I have felt myself when you, for example, check Instagram, you see someone posting a picture, and somehow, consciously or unconsciously, there is a feeling of envy, the need to post something as well. So personally, how do you feel about this? Is this something which is real? Does envy play a role in making us use social media more than we would like to? Elise, why don't you start?
Sure. I think, yeah, it's definitely a problem for many people when using social media, and I think it's something you have to learn to, I guess a lot of things you see on social media are not real, and that's something you have to learn when using social media. And there are actually a lot of people now, like on TikTok and Instagram, making videos showing like pictures they posted on Instagram versus the behind the scenes of how they took the picture and how that was just one moment and wasn't necessarily entirely real. Maybe they used Photoshop or some other effect. So again, I guess learning to recognize that what you see on social media isn't really real all the time is important, and not comparing yourself to what you see, because that can have a really negative impact on you and can make many people feel envious.
So I recognize the fact that for many people, seeing posts, for example, with luxurities that they cannot afford, with trips that they cannot afford, they start to show the feeling of envy. Personally, I rarely do this. I'm really grateful for my life, and I don't think that asking every single day for more and more is a good thing to do. And we should also keep in mind that these influencers that we usually, as people, envy because of their lives, what we see on Instagram is not their real life, it's just their social picture. When you talk to them, they might be a different person, they might not be happy with their relations, their relations might not be that real, because they tend to over-promote their relations on social media, and that's not always a real thing that you see. And other than that, I think that when you see, for example, a trip that someone has done on social media, in a more optimistic way, it kind of creates you the feeling to break your routine and try to do something similar, have a trip, do something that you rarely do, have some new experiences. And that may come from a post on Instagram, or virtually travel to places that you will never have the chance to.
Thank you.
I agree with Savas, and I think that this problem of jealousy and envy would be solved when we teenagers understand and really understand that through social media we present and preserve ourselves as we wish the others to see us, and not how we truly are. And there are a lot of examples like influencers. And if we take this into consideration, I think that we can set aside the feeling of jealousy and envy, because social media is a one-sided representation of a person. It's not the whole.
Thank you. Maria?
Well, I think when it comes to my friends, I don't feel envy because I feel happy for them and the life they have, everything they live. When it comes to unknown people, I think that sometimes this might not be their real life, so I don't feel envy. I'm grateful of what I have. And I don't think that having something more or something that somebody else has will make me happier, as I'm already happy.
Okay, so I think that social media have gotten this form of competition. I mean, in we feel jealous regarding everything that we see from other people, regarding, for instance, the quality of the photos that they're posting, regarding the clothes that they're wearing, regarding where they go, what they wear, who they talk to. And I think that for me, I cannot get out of it. I think that I've not reached that point where I can say I feel grateful. I mean, even it's a slight feeling, but I always feel this thing that I want this thing that I'm seeing. So, and the other thing that I would want to say, perhaps we will talk about this later on, but I just feel like saying it. This is problematic also from the point of the person that is showing how good they're having, how good time they're having, because I think we're just stopping the moment, we are taking a picture of it, and then we lose the moment. I think that we always feel the need to have fun for the others, and that's sort of a rule that I'm having at the moment at my life, that when I'm having fun, I will not take pictures of it. It's just something that I think ruins everything that we're having in our lives.
Thank you. There are a number of questions, but let's actually do what we said that we were going to do. So we're going to do something different today, and we all agreed upon this. Each one of these wonderful young people will ask a question to the audience, and then we will ask you, we won't pick one of you, we won't do that to you, but we'll ask you to come back voluntarily and answer these questions, any one of you. And then we will go through also some of the questions that have come from the audience and through the internet. So why don't we start with Aranthi? Why don't you ask the audience any question you want to ask in relation to the subject matter, of course.
Okay, I will make a question. I think that most of the adults believe that we teenagers are addicting to social media. So I want to ask you this. Do you think that the fault of addicting in social media is completely ours?
Would someone would like to answer this? Anyone? Go ahead, please.
Hello, my name is Panos. No, I don't think it's your fault. It's not just you that are addicted to social media, it's other age groups as well. And no wonder people are addicted to social media, because the whole industry, as it was mentioned in some of the panels, is geared towards attracting attention and retaining that attention. So you have a whole global industry you're up against there, so it can't be your fault. It's too much of a moral weight.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sava, would you ask a question, please?
So my first thought was a similar question to what Athi asked, so I'm going to ask something different. What advice would you give your child if you show that he's affected too much from the criticism and the judging that he receives on social media by other users?
Please, would someone ask for this? We may have to pick up one randomly if you don't, so.
Hi, I'm Maristi. The only advice I would give to my child would be that, and I often say that to my niece and my nephews, that the real world is not on social media, it's outside. So you talked about, you referred to that you're using social media as a fault. No, it's not a fault, but because it's the way that you communicate, and I don't want to sound like a boomer right now, but you tend, you're not used to interact in real world. So real world, it's outside the social media, and you should have that in mind, that true friends are outside social media. Learn to block the noise around you, and learn to interact more in person. And I'm a boomer, I admit it. Thank you.
Thank you, Aristi. Elise, your turn.
I guess for all the parents out there, because I know a lot of parents tend to say social media is very bad, try to stay off of it. Have you ever seen, I guess, your children benefit from the use of social media? Do you think it could possibly really be helpful for your children and even outweigh, I guess, its negative effects? And like, what's an example of one way in which you've seen its benefits?
Please. Your dad. Why did I know that?
No, I think the answer is yes. As you said, there are a lot of benefits. I would answer that by countering a question, which is to each one of you. You have a weekend coming up, and you can spend it with your top 2 or 3 friends, either way. The one way is that each one of you have the latest phone, all the apps, Facebook, TikTok, whatever you want, it's there. And you all stay home and you can communicate with one another. Or you spend it together in one's home, but no phones, no nothing. Give me your answer, please, each one of you.
Anthi, you start.
Okay, I'll answer. I think that I would choose to be with my friends, but I think that it would be very difficult for me and my friends to stay in the same room without any phones.
Even if you're together?
Yes,
Okay.
because I think that we have learned from a very young age to be with phones and social media, and it's very difficult now to stay away from them. Thank you.
I think I would choose the same thing as Anthi. Although I believe that it's not the proper thing to do to exclude one of the 2 means of communicating, social media or physical contact. As I said before, I rely more on face-to-face conversations, so I would choose the option that would not include phones, TikTok, and Instagram.
Elise?
Yeah, I think I would also have to agree.
It's a tricky question.
Yeah.
Your dad has.
You're on the record, be careful.
I think, yeah, in-person conversations are much more enjoyable than, like, for example, FaceTime or texting. But I think, yeah, it definitely would be difficult for me because me and my friends like hanging out and going on our phones together and making TikToks together and those kinds of things. So I think it definitely would be a difficult decision. We might get bored, but I think I'd much rather hang out with my friends in person.
Thank you. Panagiotis?
Okay, I'd choose the second option clearly, despite the fact that it's a good proposal, the latest phones and all that. I've spent 2 of my best years as a teenager through a screen, seeing my friends through FaceTime or anything like that, so I wouldn't waste any moment. If I have the chance to be with them in physical contact and all that, I wouldn't change it for the world.
Thank you.
Well, I think I would also like to be with my friends and without my phone. I think that having a real conversation and not have so much time on social media or technology is something worth it and something unique and, if you want my opinion, irreplaceable. So I would choose to be with my friends and hang out with them.
Now it's your turn to ask a question.
Me?
Yep.
Okay, so my question is similar to Mr. Swan, but for the sake of the argument, for the sake of the question, social media could not get any better. Would you choose to have them exactly the way they are at the moment, or completely remove them from our lives, and why?
Anyone from the audience?
I think it's an easy answer. The answer is yes. because the benefits can be and should be much more than the negatives. And it's, as you all said, you grew up with that. So it's like taking a part of your life away, which wouldn't be fair. But even net, I think it's much better to have it, even as it is. And you yourselves having to be your own self-discipline. So yes.
Thank you. And the last question from you, Maria, to the
Well,
audience.
As Anthi said, we have grown up with technology and social media, but you adults have lived without them. So I would like to ask you if you now can imagine your life without them.
Is that a collective answer? No? Should we accept it?
Well, why not? But also, I would like to ask you if you remember your life before social media and technology.
That's a great question, actually.
And how it was?
And how was it? Anyone, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Alexandros. The social life before the social media was a phone that was ringing, and you were talking about 2 hours with your close friend, and then you are calling again the other friend to discuss for another hour. You were just discussing. But now I want to make a small differentiation between the social media. The social media, if you use them to communicate with your friends, it's something very positive. But if you use the social media to attract information about how to appear to the others, I don't think that this is very positive. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, there are a number of questions that have come from the audience and from people through the internet. So I will ask each one of you a question, and then we'll wrap up the session. So, Elise, how do you feel about the label used for your generation of digital natives?
Sorry, say that again?
How do you feel about the label that is used to describe your generation as digital natives?
You know, I think that's pretty fitting, because again, I think we were born into a generation that relies on the use of the internet. It's, again, part of who we are, and its presence in our lives is only gonna continue to increase and be more important. It defines a great part of who we are, so I think it's a very fitting name.
Thank you. Sava, another question. What do you think about anonymity on social media? Anonymity. Hold on a second. Would it be too extreme to enforce compulsory profiles to identify users and prevent cyberbullying?
I'd like you to repeat if you can.
Would it be too extreme to enforce profiles so that you can identify users and prevent cyberbullying? Thank you.
Although I think there should be taken measures to fight anonymity when it hurts other people, when it's only about making mean comments or spreading fake news. I think that it's too much to force people not to have anonymity. I believe that there are some people that, for their own reasons, they don't want to reveal their identity. They might have an account that is a meme account, for example, and they don't want to reveal their identity, and we should respect the right to do so.
Thank you. Anthi, do you pay special attention on your social media image and that of others, social media users? Do you pay special attention to your image on social media and to the image of others?
I'll say the truth. I care about my image to social media because I think it's a means nowadays to get a lot of opportunities for education, seminars, webinars, conferences, for everything. But I don't really think that I pay attention to others' image, because as I said, I have understand that social media is one-sided representation. Thank you.
Thank you. Panagiotis, what would be the next big thing after TikTok? What do you think will...
I really cannot know. I mean, each trend that comes up is something completely new and something that no one could perceive and think of, so I really don't know. Still, I think that every trend has exactly the same basis. It sort of attracts teenagers with music or dance or something like that, and it makes teenagers feel unique. It makes teenagers feel like a team. I mean, TikTok is this famous because not many adults have it. I think that's the common basis each and every trend has at the moment.
Thank you. And Maria, you're the last one. Are you optimistic about our technological future?
That's a nice question. Well, I am optimistic in some way. I think that as we know how to control social media and what the problems that social media have, we'll try in the future to correct them and make our lives better and maybe simpler. So I think that we will find a way to improve our lives.
Thank you. I think that concludes today's last session. Please join me in thanking these wonderful young people. Thank you, all of you. There's one more thing. The Stavros Niarchos Foundation is organizing the SNF 25th Anniversary Short Film Challenge, and I would like my colleague Chris David to come out, join us, and say a couple of things about the specific challenge. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Stelios. Perspectives like these from the young people who will experience accelerating technological change more than anyone are too often missing from the conversation. And today, thanks to our interlocutors on stage, was a wonderful start, but we can't stop here. That's why we're very excited to announce for the first time the brand new SNF 25th Anniversary Short Film Challenge in partnership with Ghetto Film School to hear directly from young storytellers about the good they see in technology. If you're between the ages of 14 and 21, we want to hear your ideas on how technology can create real connections between people, about how it can be used to deepen our humanity, and about how it can help us express ourselves creatively. Your ideas will provide guideposts to follow on the road to a future in which technology helps us act with greater empathy, greater solidarity with one another, and greater respect for the dignity of every person. 6 winners will be selected to have their films screened, and we'll have the chance to take them to the next level by working with professional content creators in a 10-week lab. So have at it. Get started at snf25filmchallenge.org. We can't wait to see what you create. And whatever comes next, the fact that young people are thinking so deeply about the role of technology in their lives, our lives, and society leaves us with a sense of optimism. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, thank you for joining us for the first day of the conference. We hope to see you tomorrow morning. Again, we appreciate very much the effort that a lot of you have made to get here today. Special participants who have traveled from very far and have gone into an extraordinary effort to make it here. We really, really appreciate that you have joined us. Again, thank you to all 5 of you. It was great to work with you, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. There is a great treat if you come early in the morning, the first performance, and it's a wonderful one, of a robot and a human being painting together. I think you will enjoy it very much, and we have a full slate of really interesting panels tomorrow as well. Thank you again, and have a good afternoon. Thanks.